the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Shalom, shalom, shalom. Let's go.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh.
Come on, hit the like button. We're getting ready. The Lord is calling back Israel. Come on in. Boy, do we have a broadcast for you.
The Arabs and Africans told us.
At gunpoint.
Together our wives and children then sold us.
In the belly of these great ships we traveled and fed.
By the rivers of Babylon we
Found our brothers here. Whoa.
Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering Israel. The Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. A highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High's gather in Israel. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar of the Gathering of Christ Church. And as you can see, I'm still getting things together, books all over the place. But before I dive in, let me just ask, how are all of you doing? Are you good out there? Are you feeling good? In the right spirit? Yes? You're good? Sound? Visual? Is everything okay here? Yes? Sound, visual, everything is good? Yes? I want to check because I had to hook up this stuff and deal with any technical issues. That's why I'm a little late. I apologize for the tardiness here. Okay, we good. All right. So before I bring in Elder Lawyer, first and foremost, let me say thank you all for being here. All praises be to the Most High. Ahaya, in the name of Yeshaya wa Rawak, I would like to thank him for another opportunity to come before you with our weekly broadcast, and we're going to jump right in, okay? A matter of fact, Matter of fact, this particular broadcast dovetails. It goes right into what we're going to deal with next week, week 2, tracing the serpent seed, identifying the ills of the world. Okay, gatekeepers, sorcerers, and witches. We're going to be talking about it this coming Sunday in our Hebrew and Bible Academy, tracing the serpent seed. Okay, the gatekeepers, sorcerers, and witches. And I wanted to make sure this broadcast, that's right, move right into where we'll be Sabbath, then Sunday. Okay, spiritual growth will be the whole emphasis of focus for this academy. So I'm gonna tell you, if you weren't there for week 1, you missed a lot. A lot of new information came out. But if you do enroll, we'll make sure you get the first week, and you can jump right in week 2, right, with no issue. Okay, go to historytimes.org to enroll. You don't want to miss this academy. Spiritual growth is the focus. Now, speaking on that, let me jump in here real quick. Historytimes.org again, historytimes.org for the academy. Now, as you all know, there was an emergency announcement, okay, today on the majority of these so-called devices, be it laptops, cell phones, whatever the case is, right? And you had a lot of people out there, you know, touting what's going to happen from the conspiratorial side. Today, October 4th, 222, right? At 2:22, right? A lot of geomantra, a lot of different things was going on. And you know what? Something had me, you know, side eye this particular so-called event. And I'm going to tell you why. Right? Yeah, they turned, yeah, it's fine. I mean, of course, take precautions. And I'm going to show you how you can take precautions with some of the products we have in a moment. But I'm just saying. Usually when there's a real emergency, right? It's rare that we're actually warned, as far as I can see. Right? Mm-hmm. I can look at Maui, I can look at Canada, I can look at a lot of events in which it seems, you know, some conversation is that there were drills or some type of planning before that, allegedly, or whatever the case is. But yet no one got the warning when it was time. So usually when they're putting everyone in on something, I look at that at a level of skepticism. Right? Right? I think about this, right? I'm like, is this some type of misdirection? Right? Right? Because sometimes it happens like that, where you're looking one way when you should be seeing something else. Right? So I'm like, well, okay, I'll take my precautions, but what I'm not going to do is put my, you know, I would say, voice on the line touting anything concerning this. Because why? You go out there and say something is going to happen, like in the Kingsmen, and people are going to start going crazy when the frequencies are turned up, right? And you say that, and the elite powers, the ones that are behind all this stuff, will use that to discredit you publicly before those who respect you. This is why I didn't jump on that flat earth thing, which came and gone. And this is why I pray to the Most High, and I ask him to guide me on what to say and what not to say. And I'm like, I'm side-eyeing this, based on the fact that there's many emergencies I wish they would have let us in on. Okay? Like a distraction, exactly. It could be a distraction, whatever the case is. Or, being that most people use their devices, I'm sure they would work on making sure their emergency announcements is moved from television to where most people are actually getting their information. So they're moving off of mainstream television anyway. So I looked at it and say, I'm not going to put nothing on the line because, you know, as far as my voice in this is concerned, but I'm still going to protect myself anyway, right? I say, you're not going to put me up there in the conspiracy theory bubble and say, Elder Ricard, y'all said this would happen, and look, it didn't happen. People are just waiting for moments like that, right?
Right.
So, but since we're talking about frequencies, right? Let's see here. I asked James to bring me some through because we have our own. You know, people have their own Faraday bags or whatever the case is, but we have our own frequency blockers, right? Because it's going to come a time when we use these usually during the time where they was doing when they were doing tracing during the so-called you know, when that happened a few years ago, right? So they were doing contact tracing and things like that. So our church members had what I call, and this is our own product, cell block. Stick your phone in here, it blocks the cell signal. See, you put it in your loop, looks nice, leather. It's our own product. So our church have it, right? So, you know, it's proprietary. You know, I personally came up with it, and I said, let's have our own just in case we can't get product from Faraday. We found out what the material was and got to working, right? We have cell blocks, and also when I say proprietary, excuse me, the name we utilize, cell block and lap locks. These are trademark names. These are names strictly that we came up with. Okay. Because bags, you know, bags are bags. But, and here it is, cell blocks. You got cell block and you got lap locks, right? Leather, different colors. You throw your devices in, laptop, cell phone, boom, and guess what? You disappear, you know, as far as we know, right? But they work. They work, right? So let me put these to the side. You can always go to gatheringofchrist.org if you would like to get on this and get some of that product and make sure not only are you supporting the work, you know, sometimes you want to block your signal. We're being followed everywhere through these devices, but I digress. Now, jumping right in, go to gatheringofchrist.org, look under merchandise, you will see it. Lap locks and what? Cell block. Okay. Now, jumping right in, since we're talking about frequencies, right? Frequencies and sending frequencies through the air. I say, yo, this is the perfect opportunity to break down what we need to talk about when it comes to frequencies, right? Overcoming Satan's frequency, 666 is our topic today. Okay. Oh, now some people might ask, well, what do you mean, Elder, overcoming Satan's frequency, 666? Well, he's the principality and power of the air, right? He used frequencies, right? Certain tones in the earth that actually gives off some level of vibration. And on top of that, it's a vibration of communicating on every level according to this earth, right? It's a form of control, mind control to some degree, and it works on many levels, right? And I said, how can I quantify this? You know, and break it down off the back of everyone talking about frequencies today, right? At 2:22 today, there will be an emergency signal so that all people can be linked in at one time in case of an emergency. Well, I said, let me go into the real emergencies and break down the real frequency that we should all adhere or be aware of. The frequency 666, right? Now let's talk about it. let's talk about it real quick. And guess what, folks? I'm gonna throw you all a curveball. This is going absolutely in an entirely different direction than any of you could think about this evening, right? Elder Lawyer, are you with me? Where the lawyer at?
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder Lawyer. Elder Lawyer in the house.
Shalom.
Elder Lawyer, we wrestle not with flesh and blood. Let's get it real quick in Ephesians.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Ephesians 6, and let's also go to, we're jumping right into this. Let's go into that power of the air, right? Let's go to Ephesians 6 first, right? Let me know when you have it, and I'll show everyone same time. We're in the Bible. And for those who don't understand it, we'll be open for you to ask questions. If you don't understand it, if you don't believe it, you can call in and we can do our best to give you some insight to why we should be pointing to the Bible in these last days for understanding. All right? Or you'll be at the behest of Satan's frequency. Right? Let's go directly here, Elder Lawyer, if you will, jumping right in, wasting no time at all. Right? 1 second. Oh, I think I disappeared here. 1 second. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay, here I am. Yeah. Okay, there I go. All right, Elder Lawyer. If you may, please, hold on. Let me get this together. Bear with us, folks. Bear with us. There you go. Elder Lawyer, Ephesians 6 and 12. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Ephesians chapter 6, verse number 12.
Hold on. Read it.
Yes, sir. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Against spiritual wickedness in high places. Okay. Like I said, in the academy, we'll be going into what? Spiritual understanding, spiritual warfare. All of that we'll be talking about in this academy. We have to realize this war is deeper than just the surface. It's time for us to dig way down, go into this and understand how to expose the controllers and how Satan works on earth through people. Through people, through corporations, through certain circumstance, through disagreements, right? We wrestle not with flesh and blood. It just turned out that at the end of it, once Satan works, it's flesh and blood at war with one another, not realizing the forces which led to the war. We're going to talk about it, right? Read 13.
Yes, sir. Verse number 13. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand.
Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God. That means there's what? There's protection if you understand the war. If one understands the war, there's protection. Armor. Not to say that you're not going to get hit. Not to say that, the battle isn't going to affect you. But if you got armor, you can stave off what? The fatality. You can stave off the injury that'll what? Take you off of the battlefield. Armor is what? Sometimes it get dent. You right? Something hit you and it dent, but guess what? You're still intact. Right? So this is not to say that what? That the battle isn't going to affect you. Right? But you have to put on the armor to understand, to withstand in this war. Let's go to the principalities and powers of the air real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse number 12.
Read.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Against spiritual wickedness in high places. So now what we need to do is to identify their tactics when it comes to their frequency. And today we're going to break down what? 666. Satan's frequency. How is that used within the earth? We're going to talk about it, right? One moment. Elder Lawyer, let's get Revelation real quick. 13. If you will. Revelation 13, let me grab it here. And before I get that, let me read this real quick, Elder Lawyer. How you doing? Hit the like button. We're jumping right in, right? It says in Ephesians, the 2nd chapter, the 1st verse, and you have he quickened, who were dead in trespasses and sins. Remember that, because this is what gives us the power to overcome. Those who have recognized their sins, been baptized, and now know and understand how to battle against those forces which binds us, which places us under sin's subjection. Wherefore in times past, how did we walk? We walked according to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, frequency. The spirit that now worketh in who? The spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. So the children of disobedience, those who are subjected to sin, is under Satan's frequency. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, jumping right, let's get straight to it. Right? We go into the beginning, we go into the end, Revelation. But really, we go into the end, but it's the beginning of breaking down this frequency this evening. It's going to shock a lot of you, brothers and sisters. Let's go straight to the book of Revelation, Elder. Yes, Revelation 13. You got some people out there using theorizing on what the mark of the beast is. Right? We're not here for the theories. People can think what they want. Right? But at the end of the day, folks, let me tell you, the majority of people who fell victim to the last world emergency probably are the same people who are going to take the mark of the beast. There's a great chance those same people who were tricked under Satan's frequencies before will fall for it again by not realizing what is the mark of the beast. Some people out there theorizing claim that the mark of the beast is a feeling. The mark of the beast is, some people say that it was the injections. And I told people, no, that's not what the mark of the beast is. Right? Some people claim that it's working for the government. Simple as the day is old. And they're too proud to learn. So the majority of people, if they've actually, and I pray that people live through what just happened, if they, receive the stuff. Right? I pray that people live through that. No one wants to see anyone harmed. But all in all, it's a mental thing. And those who fell prey to that will probably, if they live through that, take the mark of the beast. And I just pray that brothers and sisters stand firm, stand strong with the next test. Yet I digress. Let's go straight down to Revelations 13, Elder Lawyer. And I'm going straight to the end of this, the 18th verse. Here is wisdom.
Yes, sir. Revelation chapter 13, verse number 18.
Yes.
Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast.
Count the number of the beast. Read.
For it is the number of a man, and his number is 603 score and six.
603 score and six. 666. What exactly does that mean? The mark of a man. What man? And where have we seen 666? What man would be pushing Satan's frequency in the earth as a form of control? Keeping what? Don't forget, folks, Satan control those who are the children or under the spirit of disobedience. That means these are people who revel in rebellion against God's law. Right? Now, let's talk about it real quick, right? We're not wasting no time. No dead air tonight, right? Okay. Let me first here extend this a little bit. No dead air here. We're going to jump right in. All right. No messing around tonight. Right? Elder Lawyer, last week I talked about this is wild. I discussed how when I was a young man growing up in UPK and asked one of my respected teachers, how can I grow, I would say, quick in the spirit to get to the degree they are to be able to teach and help the Most High's people, only to be responded with, well, first and foremost, I should find a 6-pointed star or draw some 6-pointed stars and put it in the four corners of my home. Right? I never understood, Elder Lawyer, where he got that from. Right? Elder Lawyer, you know, it's deep because when you begin to speak and think on things, the Most High brings resolve or answers. Out of nowhere, that came to thought in the midst of my conversation last week on the broadcast. I had no idea when I spoke that the Most High would give me an answer to where he got that from. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, I'll tell you, as well as everyone else, when I broadcast or when I go into the news and give my spontaneous observations or commentary or analysis, I intentionally, I rarely, if ever, discuss what the topic is going to be on the Wednesday broadcast to Elder Lawyer or Sabbath.
Right.
Lawyer tell you that. It's not as if I sit down with Elder Lawyer and say, Elder Lawyer, this is what I want to talk about today. Now, on rare occasions, I've done that, but that's the serious exception to any rule. The majority of time, I call Elder Lawyer and say, Elder, you ready? And we be lockstep in the spirit. It's some places I'll go, he'll already have the scriptures. So I haven't talked to Elder Lawyer about this at all. But to show you how the spirit works, I was talking about how as a young man, you know, re-emphasizing my story real quick, that I went and said, how can I grow to the level to be able to teach these scriptures like you all to help our people? And a brother said, first of all, you probably need to get a 6-pointed star and put it on each side in the inside of your house. And I said, what? Now, thank the Most High, I've never done that, understanding what that was. But it wasn't until I opened up a book, Elder Lawyer. Like, I'm going into what? I'm going into spiritual focus on how to war against warlocks, sorcerers, and all that who control the world, who are actually gatekeepers for Satan. So I'm going into Christ and how Christ was able to ward off these spirits, call out these spirits, and heal those who are controlled by them using the word. right? So, Elder Lawyer, I'm looking through my library, right? I got books over this side, right? I know my house is a mess right now because right now, y'all don't know this, I'm under reconstruction, but I got books over here, books over here, books over there, right? And Elder Lawyer, a brother years ago sent me an old book, right? It was a brother that was a Freemason and converted. He was baptized, he was converted into the church, and he says, Elder, I'm going to give you a book. And you probably will not ever look into it or use it, but you probably want to one day look into it. Elder Lawyer, in the book, it so happens I cracked the book open. I cracked the book open, and I have it in front of me. It's an old encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Right? Now I'm going to show you where I'm going at in this lesson today. In here, it also breaks down when an emergency happens in the earth, Elder, who always shows up almost to every emergency to actually help on the philanthropy side of things?
Red Cross.
Red Cross. They're in here. Red Cross. The Red Cross linking to the Knights of Malta. And I was just talking about the Jesuits. Knights Templar, and how the Red Cross links directly to, one of the first guys to bear the cross in the sky, who's seen a cross in the sky back to Constantine, right? But also something else is deep in the book. When it comes to Mystery Babylon, the woman who sits on the scarlet colored beast, boy, wait, man, listen, I'm chopping at the bit right now, Elder Lawyer. But let me just go to page 212 for you real quick. Folks, we're going into an entirely different direction than any of you may ever think, talking about frequency. I'm going to tell you the frequency today that Satan have used to control the world since the beginning up until our present time. Tonight on this broadcast. Right? I never knew where he got that from, Elder Lawyer. Because growing up, when we were in the UPK, we were told the 6-pointed star, 666, the inverted star, the same star that's on the flag of the Jewish state of Israel today. I was told, Elder Lawyer, that it was the shield of David. I was told, and guess what? In the book, Elder Lawyer, before you, and I took a picture of it, it says the shield of David. So obviously, somebody got information through Freemasons. Two interlaced triangles, more commonly known as the Seal of Solomon, and considered by the ancient Jews as a talisman of great efficacy. See, a talisman, something that's used usually in some level of magic, right? Now, when you keep going over here, it says links to the Tetragrammaton, which is Yahweh or what? Yahweh or Jehovah, which is truly not the Most High's name. It's the name of the fallen God. Then it goes over here, Elder Lawyer. Look what we have here. Name of the letters for any of the most usual form of the shield of David. The 6-pointed inverted star, but there's other history outside of this that we've gone into, linking this to what? Moloch's child sacrifice. Right? Now, folks, hit the like button because we're about to go in. Right? And I'm looking at this. They call this the shield of David. But then when you look at it, it's really the what? It links directly to the star of Moloch, which no wonder links also in certain, I would say, Druid and satanic Chaldean circles to the star of Moloch, which is child sacrifice. And we're hearing a lot about sex trafficking, children going missing, a lot of unscrupulous activity going on between adults and children today. We're going to talk about the frequency 666 and understand this links to the mark of a man that controls what? The children of disobedience. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, are we going in? Are we going in today, Elder Lawyer? Right? Elder Lawyer, I need you to go to Solomon real quick. Let's see what took down Solomon. Real quick. We're going straight to Solomon. Right? Let me know when you're there, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir, I'm here. 1 Kings 11.
1 Kings 11. I know Elder Lawyer's wondering, okay, I'm on a ride here with you, Elder, so it's okay. I don't know where this is going. Let's see. Right? All right. 1 Kings 11. Go ahead. Let's go down. Let's start at the first verse.
Yes, sir. 1 Kings 11:1.
Yep.
But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh.
Hold up. He loved what?
Many strange women.
Remember this. Right? Put a finger on this page. Put a what? Put an asterisk. Not a seal of David. Put an asterisk next to many strange women. Right? Read.
Together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites.
Read on.
Of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, Ye shall not go into them, neither shall they come in unto you, for surely they will turn away your heart after their gods. Solomon clave unto these in love.
Solomon clave after these women in love. When the Most High God of Israel warned him over and over and over and over again. Now we're dealing with the frequency of 666 here. The talisman. Solomon started doing what? He started operating and setting up temples to Moloch, which led to even our children being sacrificed or given to the priesthood. Huh? Listen to what we're telling you here. Solomon went off. So that brings us to our topic today. How does Satan control the world through his frequency? 666. You've always done it. What is this frequency? Elder Lawyer, let's get the harlot.
Yes, sir.
The harlot who rode the scarlet colored beast. Let's get there real quick. Folks, you talking about misdirection. You talking about taking something lightly, looking in the wrong place. I got more coming out of this book tonight. And this is one of the oldest books that you can find when it comes to the encyclopedias for Freemason. The Red Cross, the Knights of Malta. Every time, folks, listen, when Red Cross pops up, Esau with an agenda is there. And a lot of what I'm talking about right now goes down. But that's a whole nother topic I can't even go into. I want to stay strictly on path, breaking this down. Elder Lawyer, let's go to this scarlet colored beast. And remember, brothers and sisters, Solomon sinned. He fell. The kingdoms were split in two based on Solomon linking in with strange women. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, if you will, let's now go to the book of Revelation, chapter, Elder Lawyer.
We're going to start in 17:1.
Revelation 17:1. We're going into this frequency. Follow us and follow us good. Someone says there's a movie called The Talisman and it involves frequencies. Exactly, folks. People are getting controlled a certain... Guess what, folks? People are getting controlled from a place you would never imagine. Right? Everyone is talking about the system, the government, the white man, this, that, and the other, no justice, no peace. And they're just sitting back laughing at everyone. Because why? Satan's world is what? Participatory. All you have to do is be on the frequency only to volunteer yourself like Solomon did. Right? And women to actually what? Be on the frequency to do what those women has done in the past. To consolidate power or operating strictly on what? On with the mindset of self-preservation. Okay? I'm going to go into this. Stick with us here. Elder Lawyer, read Revelation 17 and what?
Verse 1.
Read.
Revelation 17, verse 1. And there came one of the seven angels which had the seven vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters.
The great what? The great harlot that sit on many waters. Right? This is a spirit. Let me tell you, folks, this is a spirit. Now, when you go into this woman, she's presented as pure, dainty, untouched. Folks, this is your myth of the Virgin Mother. The myth of the Virgin Mother is that she's untainted. But she just keeps herself for herself to experience everyone. She's not married to any one individual. And see, and this is the woman, the Knights of Malta. This is the woman the Jesuits worship secretly. Okay? When you think of virgin, you think of something pure, not touched. This is, they hijack Mary and try to make her one of these. But it have nothing to do with that when you understand their true mysteries. That's why it says Mystery Babylon. She's not a spirit that's dainty or pure, right? Let me show you her. She, just a little small picture of her. She's not innocent. She's just available. See? See, she sits on many waters. Right? So it's not as if she's not doing anything, right? She's just unattached. Listen to what we're about to show. I'm going to show y'all something here. Right? And guess what? That's the woman all women who are in rebellion follows. That's the woman that all women who are in rebellion follows. That spirit that sits on many waters. And guess what? That's the woman men fall victim to over and over and over again. Finish reading.
Yes, sir.
2.
Verse number 2. With whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication.
Read.
So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast.
Now, Elder Lawyer, I said scarlet. I wanted to go scarlet and show that she sits on a scarlet-colored beast, red. Red is the color of the Knights Templar, the Knight's Cross. It breaks it down under the Rosicrucians and Red Cross in this very book here. Red Cross is an ancient order. Every time something happens and their names show up, that's right. Satan's plan have moved to the next level of the agenda. And I don't care. You can send all the money you want. If it doesn't come through them, guess what? They're the distributors. They're the workers. They're the gatekeepers. A scarlet colored beast. Red. Red. That's right. Esau. Esau. So he carried me away in the spirit of the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a red-colored beast. Filled with what, Elder? Now,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Filled or full of names of blasphemy.
Blasphemy, read.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns. Okay. Now, this is linking to a spirit. Right? But really, it also goes into the Roman Empire and the 10 horns attached to the Roman Empire. That would bring what? It's evil, satanic agenda to absorb the whole world under its order. But it cannot do this, that's right, without that woman sitting on that beast. It's an ideology, folks. It's an ideology. Guess what? Folks, for brothers and sisters who are listening today, this is going to be, for all of us, a groundbreaking experience. Because we're going to give examples of it. Because I'll tell you this. Look who's sitting on the beast. Right? So understand, folks. Understand, folks, that she's the front woman for the spirit. But she'll always come off as the virgin, the innocent one. Right? She'll always come off as the innocent one. While everyone else, what? While everyone else sink. Well, if she's doing it, it can't be that bad. Well, it's not just us. She's doing it too. Right? Don't forget, it was an Edomite woman also that was a part of the women who took down Solomon. Right? Because why? You know how the movie portrayed and all that, principality, power of the air, they use frequencies, how she's always a damsel in distress, the innocent, and on every narrative, doesn't matter who it is, what man it is, what color man it is, you must save the damsel. So the programming out there is innocent, virgin, right? Who's valued enough to be saved above all people, above all women. Well, suppose she's the one who's teaching all women. Whoa, we need to pause right there. Let's pause for it, because all the other women are going to take the shrapnel. They take all of the destruction that comes from the ideology of the woman. Right? But for some reason, this woman can go through pure, innocent, unscathed. That's the virgin ideology. Right? But yet, I'm putting the cart before the horse. Right? Let's go, Elder Lawyer. I said I'm going to keep it simple. Right?
Yes, sir.
Read the 4th verse. Read it, Elder.
Yes, sir. Verse number 4. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication.
And filthiness of her fornication. You want to talk about a process, an ideology that can bring everyone down to Satan's frequency, to be controlled as the children of disobedience. And upon her forehead was what?
And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery.
What?
Mystery.
No one
Babylon
will
the
listen.
Great.
No one will ever figure this out. Mystery. You'll be looking every other place while she's working. Mystery. Babylon the Great. Read.
The mother of harlots.
The mother of harlots, which means it's an ideology that teaches and excuses the spirit of harlotry. As what? As a social weapon for social engineering. This is how you can control a country. This is how you can control its people. I'm going to show you. The mother of harlots. That means what? You must make promiscuity a norm. Man, wait till you see what I have, Elder Lawyer. And the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth, people are drunk. And through this, drunk with this harlot, and through this, people die. And I saw the woman, Elder Lawyer, what?
And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints.
With the blood of God's saints, his people. Read.
And with the blood of the martyrs of Yeshua.
Read.
And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration.
And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. Fair use. Fair use. I want to show y'all something, folks. Because when the spirit frequency of the beast appears, it's not her shown as the culprit that teaches other women to follow suit. Fair use. And I need y'all to hear this clearly. Work with me. Sukiana, fair use. And guess what? I'm not here to come down on this sister. Brothers and sisters, she's a victim. She's a victim. It's systematic. Listen to what I'm showing you. Hear what this sister Sukiana has to say. Fair use, educational purposes only. Do I excuse her behavior? No, but she's a victim. I'm going to show you.
I want to tell y'all I apologize and I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, but as far as this music stuff, I won't be doing this music stuff anymore. I started this because this was my dream, and I wanted to make sure I could get me and my kids out the hood.
I wanted to make sure I can get me and my kids out the hood. Now imagine, brothers and sisters, creating a society where a person, a woman, or a man is willing to throw out all of their moral values to survive. That's right, folks. Examining their own environment, realizing there's no way out, and the only way out is something that would totally, morally destroy my spirit. But what? What are the options? What are the options? You can easily find someone in the hood where their spirit was engineered to actually make a choice, a better choice for their lives, because they're going to do everything they're doing now anyway and get nothing but death. That's all they see. So if I got a choice, if she's feeling, if I have a choice to do this and die doing it, or die in it making money and have an opportunity for my children to have a better way, why not follow the frequency? What frequency? Fair use. I'm going to play it all the way through.
I want to tell y'all I apologize and I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, but as far as this music stuff, I won't be doing this music stuff anymore. I started this because this was my dream, and I wanted to make sure I could get me and my kids out the hood. It's always been my passion to rap. A while ago, I had signed a contract and I didn't know nothing about the business or this game out here. And just right now, I'm realizing that I signed my soul. I sold my soul to the devil. I signed myself to the devil. I don't even own myself no more. I sold my soul to the motherfucking devil, and I done prayed. I prayed and I prayed and I prayed. It's just like, I don't know if God can get me out of this, and it's just like to the point where I don't even know, like I can't. I just want to say I'm sorry to my fans. I know y'all love me. I know y'all believe in me, but I can't. I didn't know what I was doing back then, and I lost passion. I don't even believe that. I don't even believe in myself no more because of what I did. I did not know the game was like this. And I'm just ready to go back to school. I'm just ready to move away and go to school. I just want to tell everybody I'm sorry. And I won't be making any more music until I'm out of this contract. And who knows if that'll ever happen. Who knows if that can ever happen. I don't know. I done prayed and I prayed and I prayed. I don't even know if God can hear me at this point. But I just made the biggest mistake that I ever made. And I just hope, if you're an artist, make sure you have an attorney to read over your contract, and don't let the person that you signed it to pick the attorney. Don't let them pay for the attorney either.
Attorney?
I mean the attorney working for them. But I just lost my passion for this, and I'm just going to go back to...
There's so many things I want to unpack, and I may need to do a whole broadcast or a Patreon of the lawyer strictly on this video alone, right? Because I've been in situations where, hey, your music is doing good, or you're about to sign. Hey, let's go meet the rabbi. But I'll leave that for another conversation, right? But a few things stood out here, right? A few things. Let's go back here just a little bit, Elder Lawyer.
It is, and...
One thing that stood out before, I'm going to let that go because it upsets me even looking at it, right? One thing she says is what? I just want to go to school. Now that's one thing, that's something that probably a lot of us didn't understand or didn't know, Elder Lawyer, is that a lot of sisters go to school to escape. Right? Because what other alternatives are there, you know, in the areas they come from? Based on what they socially engineered, the ideology that I'm talking about, that I'm going to show you. So they go to school to escape, to find a better, you know, to find a better way from the debauchery, the hell that they've grown accustomed to, that they have grown to a degree and to realize, I must run away from this. I'm a drown in this. I'm a die in this. And a lot of sisters go to school as not just a form of accomplishment to make money, but to escape their current environment, even if it's for a few hours or a few days or a few years. But pride won't allow brothers and sisters to admit, okay, it's not about the celebratory side of me getting an education. I want out. And that's a key element that we as men have to look at and say, okay, what are they running from? What are they running from? Right? Now, speaking of this frequency, here it is, Elder Lawyer. In the book, Elder Lawyer, Fair Use, Sukiana, she's a rapper, and I don't suggest anyone go and consume any of her material. She's probably talented, but what she've compromised herself to do is you know, it's less than low. Okay, it's less than low. Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, one of the oldest books. The pages are almost, look at the pages. They're not even together. This book is so old, folks. Elder Lawyer, Frequency 666. In the book, Freemasonry, there's Satan or Father Time preparing a maiden, a virgin. Right? Right? Now she's innocent, but he's prepping her for a specific purpose. I'm gonna stay there for a second. She may have an innocent outlook on life. She may believe that she's gonna one day marry and, you know, have a family and do what women were actually made to do. But the angel of death, it's in this book, folks. Page 570. Page 575, right? Elder Lawyer, I didn't even pick up the book until a few days ago, really. And I couldn't put it down because it connects so many dots to what we see today in the earth and the agendas these gatekeepers are actually pushing. To be able to break down the mystery Babylon. Listen to this clearly. Listen to what I'm showing you here. She's getting prepped. She had aspirations. She wanted different than the rest of the women or the rest of the girls who didn't get an opportunity to do what most women desire to do, is to have a husband, family, take care of the house, raise the children. But yeah, there's another plan. What's the plan? At the end of time, Elder Lawyer. Now here's an artist's rendition of the same thing, of what she becomes. Virgin, great aspirations, want right, want to do what's right, you know, just one time to make sure, you can just do this one time. It's really not going to affect your life. You just got to do what you got to do, to make it right now. Right? That's how it starts. And this is what she becomes. The controller at the end of time. As you can see, he done prepped her, utilized her all the way till the end. And as you can see, at the very end, the sand is almost what? Fully dissolved in the hourglass. Mystery. I have more, Elder Lawyer. Hey, this thing is going to take many twists and turns. Many twists and turns. I can't even show this one, Elder Lawyer. Warning. 18 plus only. A woman walks into a Houston restaurant only wearing socks and shoes. She's a victim. I can't excuse it, but she's a victim. Fair use. This was actually, Elder Lawyer, taken by someone's cell phone a few days ago. Fair use at an airport. Standing in line at an airport. Fair use.
Only in the airport, Spirit Airlines. The half naked. Mother, what this is going on in 2023? Lord, give me strength. I say no drawers. Only in the airport, Spirit Airlines. The half naked. Mother, what this is going on in
A passenger was floored by a woman who appeared to be half naked while waiting in a line at a flight out of Florida.
2023. Lord, give me strength. I say no drawers. No drawers, y'all. What this is? No drawers. I wonder if Spirit gonna let this happen today. Spirit, you gonna let this happen?
Spirit?
Y'all need to ban some. This ain't right. She have on no drawers. I wish I could have catched the front, Lord. No drawers. Look at the woman. Look at the woman. What the f***?
Guess who posted that, Elder Lawyer? New York Post. The media is promoting this, right? New York Post. I wonder who's behind the New York Post. Right? Elder Lawyer. 666. 666. When you look it up, it's the Greek word hex for spell. Right? The Greek prefix is hex. That's what people use it for, spell. The Latin prefix, Elder Lawyer, sescenti, sexagenta, sex. 666 is the control to take down what you would call the patriarchy, voluntarily using sex. Solomon, from the beginning, David, you name it. So in order to do that, you must allow the harlot to run free. Brothers, you listen, and you listen to this good. Frequency 666. Because it might seem cool at first. It might seem all right that women are just freely available. Right? Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Mute your mic real quick, because I want to show something. Elder Lawyer, what do we have before me right here? Right? What I have before you, Elder Lawyer, you've never seen this before, and I'll send you the link, and I'll be going over this during the news program, is the Ohio State's Code of Ordinances. The Ohio Legal Code of Ordinances for their ordinances books in Ohio, the legal books. And they have an ordinance for sex-related offenses when it comes to what? Crime and all these others. And do you know what they call this, Elder Lawyer? Chapter 666. Ohio Code of Ordinances. Hex. Witchcraft, right? 666 is their code, their codes for sex-related offenses. Now listen to these sexual offenses, Elder Lawyer, and you can understand how they continually produce Sukianas and others out there. Definitions: unlawful sexual conduct with a minor, 666.02. 666.03, sexual imposition, public indecency, voyeurism, polygraph examination victims, procuring engagement in sexual activity for hire, soliciting, loitering to engage in, prostitution. These are your orders, 666. Rules of evidence, disseminating matter harmful to juveniles, like molestation. This is how they produce a continual pool of what? Harlotry that does what? That's right. That puts the world under subjection. That puts you under the children of disobedience so that you can be controlled by the frequency. Disseminating matters harmful to juveniles. Displaying matter harmful to juveniles. Deception to obtain matter harmful to juveniles. Right? When you go all the way down, unlawful advertising of massage. Non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images. On and on and on. Sentencing for sexually oriented offenses, sexual predators, registration. All of these sexual ordinances are what? Sexual conduct. 666. That's Satan's what? That's his secret sauce. That's what he used. Because you can get through anything, any society, win any war by using his secret weapon. I'm going to show you. It's in the book. Prepare the young maiden before she had an opportunity to fulfill her true desire. No. Don't let her attach to a husband immediately after a father. Let me prep her for the world to be utilized so that I can keep the whole world under a certain frequency. And then she'll become my weapon. Man, hey, Elder, wait till you see what I got out of this book. They've been telling us the whole time. See, it's one of the hardest, I would say, social weapons to overcome. Because how do you attack it? If you attack it or try to come at its evil, you're a misogynist. Or if someone that's holding this spirit becomes, just say if you come at this spirit who's causing danger, you're abusive. If this witch right here takes a posture of aggression, then she's automatically protected by switching from that to the damsel in distress. So there's only one way to overcome it. Let's go to Proverbs 5, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Proverbs 5. Oh, yeah, folks. Y'all didn't know that? Y'all had no idea, huh? Yeah, folks. The legal ordinances in Ohio, 666, sex. This is how we can put the whole world under subjection. This is how we can do it. We can destroy countries, the economy of countries where women have to actually readily give themselves for survival and keep the wheel turning. And through that, we can bring all people, men they're deal with and otherwise, under the vibration of Satan's frequency to be controlled. And brothers, listen in particular. And this is no knock on women in particular. This have nothing to do with them. I'm talking with just men. Think about your life going a certain type of way. And you thought your life would be a certain type of way. And you run into one that you should have been warned against. And your life takes an entirely different direction. Right? The good girl that you should have been with takes what? Takes patience. Right? She's not ready available like that. Right? It takes some level of morality and commitment. But the easy woman is easy. And you take what? The role of less resistance. And what happens? Your life is turned into total Hades. You look at your life later and said, well, hold up. You can't even point to where you began to veer off. Because the last place you're going to look, because we're taught to never blame women for anything. But you know what? It's not her fault. The Most High, you don't hear about the curses that came down on the women who caused Solomon to fall. You hear about Solomon's curses. So what brothers have to do is to do what? We're going to show you. You have to up your standard. You have to up your standard, and you must have a standard of morality according to the Almighty. Because it's easy. You can jump into a DM right now. Or a DM there, or DM there, whatever the case is. But folks, what they're not telling you is how that lowers our connection. Okay? It darkens that connection the Most High has with us and communicating with us regularly through the Holy Spirit. Because Satan is going to always produce this. He created third world countries so that young girls, no sooner as they begin to sprout, it's in their culture to go out on the strip somewhere and begin to make money for the family. This is the system Satan created, where women, and guess what? Women don't want to do it, but they can excuse themselves if they can say, what? I'm not the only one doing it. Right? As long as the groundwork is laid where there's no shame attached to the action. So if you get the majority of society in agreement with it, right? And I'm going to show you how dangerous this is. The harlot, sex. Because what happens is the government says, well, okay, we'll take care of the woman because the child becomes a sacrifice to the system. This is an organized priesthood. That child by default is going to fall under the priesthood of Moloch. And that's where your six-pointed star comes in at. Right? That's where your six-pointed star. Because why? The gatekeepers already have the system in place for children who are out there as orphans. That's not the definition they're giving you, folks, but that's the true definition of a family, of a household without a mother and father together. A whole society of orphans. And Babylon understand how to, don't forget, orphans are what they targeted for MK Ultra. So in order to do that, you separate the man, do what? Give housing and provisions for the woman so that the children can grow up as orphans. And 9 times out of 10, these women are what? They're assailed. They sleeping at night, family members, uncles, cousins, the mother's new boyfriend, and all those things are kept quiet. But then that creates a whole new girl outside of what the Most High intended. And they keep it quiet for a long period. But guess what? That's the plan. Then the boys get touched. And they become a part of the Moloch sacrifice. And now, as time grows, they become a whole constituency of what? You got it. Abused children who are now adults. Utilized by the gatekeepers to bring forth Satan's agenda. Mystery. The harlot who sit on many waters. They grow up, they get educated, and now they're under the frequency of Satan to do what? To bring forth Satan's will as his taskmasters. Huh? Are y'all seeing this? Elder Lawyer, let's get Proverbs 5.
Yes, sir. The book of Proverbs, chapter 5, verse number 1.
Answer. How do we answer? We answer with wisdom. Because mystery isn't just an empire or a government, folks. This harlot comes with an ideology that targets women, girls. And by doing so, there's a systematic level of degradation from one generation to the next. Satan used to put the whole earth under subjection. Let's get it.
Yes, sir.
Proverbs.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 5 and 1. My son.
Hold on. Let me grab it with you, Elder Lawyer. So let me tell you, when you see it, all the single ladies, if you like it, you should have put a ring on it. All of that is the worship of the goddess, the harlot who sit on many waters. She's not a virgin. She's not innocent. It's the goddess. It's the Madonna, the secret goddess that was worshipped under Mithraism. The Jesuits worship this woman. She's not a virgin at all. She's just open and available for everyone. Understand that it's an ideology that Satan used to control, to put everyone under his vibration. And then they're brazen with it. They're out there giving what? Legal codes of 666 that's linked to what? Sexual impropriety and sexual predatism. To let you know, that's what the 666 is, sex. A hex for sex. And by doing that, it puts the majority of the earth on a vibration where you're off the path of the Most High and you're being moved into an entirely different direction outside of what you thought your life would be. And guess what? That's not just for men. That happens with women too. Right? Women go deal and thought their life was going to be one way, and next thing you know, their life have spiraled into total chaos because there was no proper order according to the Almighty. We live and learn, right? Proverbs 5:1, Elder Lawyer. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 5:1. My son, attend unto wisdom, and bow thine ear to my understanding.
Read.
That thou mayest regard discretion, and that thy lips may keep knowledge.
That thy lip must keep what? Knowledge. Read. Your sound went out, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 3. For the lips of a strange woman drop as an honeycomb.
Hold up. The lips of a what?
Of a strange woman drop as a honeycomb.
For the lips of a strange woman. What took Solomon down? Strange women. Drop as an honeycomb. Read.
And her mouth is smoother than oil.
And her mouth is smoother than oil. Read.
But her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death. Her steps take hold on hell.
Her steps take hold on what, Elder Lawyer?
On hell.
Her steps take hold on hell. Satan prop her up and all of that. Elder Lawyer, I was checking out what's going on in some of the areas my people grew up in Philadelphia, man. And it's painful to see. What's painful to see? I looked around, you know, because I like to give an observation, an outside observation looking in, as how the Most High and the angels and how the heavens see earth, right? You want to look from the outside of it to actually take it in, right? And understand what you're seeing. And brother, it was painful. And I looked around. Every woman has sought to have the same image. And I'm just checking out the girls and everybody walking and I'm like, there's no individuality. Everyone has taken on the same image. And it's not just the women who have taken on the image. The men who've always wanted to be women has taken on that image. And they don't even know. They think they're individual. They think they're different than everyone else. And if you talk to them, they'll say, you know, if even you conversate, you hear them talk, well, I'm not like everyone else. But looking at it from the outside, you're looking at all of these people, they're the same people. When I grew up, there was some type of individual spirit that made every person special or different. A distinguished spirit for every individual. Whether you accept it or not, whether you loved it or not, guess what? People were satisfied with who they were. They weren't trying to morph themselves into something else. And it was sad. It was sad. They're all obtaining something. But on top of that, the sad part about it is they're all covering something. Of course, we're too proud to say some of the actions and some of the things we've experienced growing up. But their individualism is gone and is being covered by something. But no one have quantified what it is. Satan have engineered a system to break up families so that what? The majority of people that are producing the earth now are victims. Okay? They're going through much pain, abuse, all of this, and it's systematic, and they're willing to pay to keep pumping out generations of people like this. And the reality, brothers and sisters, is this is what the end of the world looks like. Because there's no recovery. There's no recovery in our society or anything that we've had. I believe my generation is the last generation who've actually seen any level of normalcy when it comes to what a family should look like and what respectful roles look like. There's no recovering it. Okay, it's just the only thing we can do is be like the Matrix and go in and save those who want to fight on the right side of the war. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer. Her feet go down to death. And it's a shame because when you make a society, Elder Lawyer, you financially deprive a people and deprive a whole countries. And then what? The option you give is, well, once you are at the age of 18, once you are an adult, you can immediately change your circumstances financially by joining OnlyFans. What girl who's depraved and have gone through all this crap growing up isn't going to take an opportunity for a money grab? Only to totally, to only destroy anything left of her soul that still exists. So at the end of it, once you get old enough to start making choices, which should be, regardless of what I've gone through, I got myself together, let me find a good husband. Nah. If the option is there where you can make 100,000 sitting in your room showing your feet, and you've been showing more than that, you shouldn't have been doing it, sending pictures back and forth to your little boyfriends, then you start, excusing the behavior by saying, well, I've sent pictures before, people have seen me before, and now what? It's like any space of your soul that's left is totally extinguished. So now, without a soul, you begin to live in the spirit. You begin to excuse the spirit. You began to do what? Own the spirit. And when that happens, when your soul is snatched, this is what happens. When your soul is snatched, you're walking through airports and all that stuff in restaurants with no clothes on. I can't even show that. Right? When your soul is snatched, you're what?
Only in the airport, Spirit Airlines. The half naked. Mother, what this is going on in 2023? Lord, give me strength. I say no drawers. No drawers, y'all.
No underwear.
What this is? No drawers. I wonder if Spirit gonna let this happen today.
And guess who's having a good time with this? New York Post. They walking by like, yeah, advertising the total destruction of a people. Not showing you that this was what? This is a plan. Folks, this comes directly out of the book. The Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, for those who missed it, where Satan holding a what? A sickle here. Father Time, preparing a maiden to get married to the world. His secret weapon. She's going to start off totally innocent, but by the time he's done with her, she'll embrace her darkness. The secret weapon. Hey, I hate to be so straight and blunt with it, folks, but here's the reality. We can't fluff this up. We have to stop treating it or sticking our head in the sand as if the world that was created to destroy us doesn't exist, that gatekeepers don't exist. This is organized destruction that I'm reading from their own record on how to socially engineer a world into accepting their own death.
Mm-hmm.
Let's read the 5th verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 5. Her feet go down to death. Her steps take hold on hell.
Her steps take hold on hell. It's to a point now where what? I don't have anything to lose anyway. I grew up, I wasn't protected. I don't know what a family looked like. Anytime someone wanted something from me, it was me what? It was me volunteering my body. That's the only time I felt accepted. So now they begin to embrace it. And stuff like this happens. Fair use.
I want to tell y'all I apologize and I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, but as far as this music stuff, I won't be doing this music stuff anymore. I started this because this was my dream. And, you know, I wanted to make sure I could get me and my kids out the hood. It's always been my passion to rap. A while ago, I had signed a contract and I didn't know nothing about the business or this game out here. And just right now, I'm realizing that I signed my soul. I sold my soul to the devil. I signed myself to the devil. I don't even own myself no more. I sold my soul to the motherfucking devil, and I done prayed. I prayed and I prayed and I prayed. You know, it's just like, I don't know if God can get me out of this, you know, and it's just like to the point where I don't even know, like I can't. I just want to say I'm sorry to my fans. I know y'all love me. I know y'all believe in me, but I can't. I didn't know what I was doing back then, and I lost passion. I don't even believe that. I don't even believe in myself no more because of what I did. I did not know the game was like this. And I'm just ready to go back to school. I'm just ready to move away and go to school. I just want to tell everybody I'm sorry.
And what's deep about this, brothers and sisters, here's the reality. These are God's people. These are the children of Israel. These are the children of God. And Satan has just set up a society to utterly decimate our people on every level imaginable. And it talks about the spirit that lies in those, the children of disobedience. Because why? The only way Satan can control a society if the people are subjected to sin. That puts you under frequency 666. What do we use? People. What's the easiest way to get one to submit to a direction? That's right. That connection. Satan is out there. He looked at Solomon like, hold up, I can't take down Solomon. Solomon has the power of that God who destroyed me. But I know what I can do. I can dress up one of the beautiful women who's under my power. I'll send her in. Folks, let me tell you, folks, that's the beginning of the craft. The beginning of the craft. I can't take man. Man was made to judge me. I'll send her in. Let me prep her up. Make sure she got hair. Make sure she looking nice, even though she's one of my children of disobedience. My secret weapon. Huh? And this is where brothers have to find the power of discipline. To be able to recognize when he's about to send his chick up in there to you. You've been headstrong with a focus. You had a focus to actually achieve something for your life, to have the family you've always desired as a man. And it tell you in his book, to let you know, man, they go the devil right there. Look what he got right here. An hourglass. He only got but so much time. So you know what he have to do? He have to prep her up and have a man who oppose him. What? You got it. Submit to the women he sent. And at the end of it, once you've totally, and folks, man, I'm looking at Brittany Renner. Everyone, y'all don't even understand what's going on with that girl's soul out there. Once you've dealt with man after man after man after man, there's no more of your soul left. The Bible tells you that when two flesh become one, you know what? You're connected to that man, which is the dominant spirit. So imagine if you're with man after man and all the spirits of the men you've taken on. Guess what? Your soul no longer exists like it used to. And your mind is totally gone. Your mind at that point is totally gone. And then what happens? You embrace the darkness 100%. And you know what the darkness say? Go destroy man. Before the sand runs out of the hourglass, go destroy man, because man will judge me at the end of my time. So no wonder, folks, at the very end of this, it's woman, 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 right? Trans woman, woman this, woman that, relationships, all these things. Let me tell you, folks, it's no coincidence. At the very end, Satan have created what? A world. A world filled with women who are controlled by who? The scarlet colored beast. The harlot that sit on many waters, folks. It's not just the Roman Empire. It's an ideology. It's the controlling of any society's women. You control the women, the men will follow. So there was a problem. There was a problem Satan had. The problem he had, right, is the fact that women had to still show some level of subservience, especially attached to us coming out of chattel slavery and others. Because why? We were the breadwinners, and guess what? We provided to a degree where she respected our position as providers, and that led to submission and obedience and what? Nuclear family. But the government came in and said, nah, if I can take that element away, where if she can make more money or she can have her own place, then she'll never have to submit, and therefore I can weaponize her against the man. Because there's nothing out there that she should submit to if she can provide for herself. That whole ideology was the scarlet colored beast. Was what? The scarlet colored beast. And you know what? It have created an environment of unhappy people on what? On psych meds. Right? Elder Lawyer, you back?
Yes, sir.
Great. Let's finish this up in Proverbs, and then I'll let you have a say if you would like, and then I'm going to show that ordinance of 666 before I open up the lines. Right? Let's go back to Proverbs 5, verse 5.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 5 and 5. Her feet go down to hell, down to death. Her steps take hold on hell. Lest thou shouldest ponder the path of life, her ways are movable, that thou canst not know them. Hear me now, therefore,
It
O ye
says her
children.
paths are movable, that thou canst not know them.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to understand. She understands how to move without being seen. And she's able to morph into whatever a man thinks he desires. That's part of her craft. Read. And guess what? And that's the last place a man believes in his mind. That's the last place that a man can be taken down, in his mind. Why? Because he see her innocence. He see her frailty. He sees he's stronger than her. Right? And automatically, by that thought in of itself, he's outmatched. Why? Because every man see the girl that he wants as wife, he sees her as virgin. He have to condition himself to think that way. Because the last thing a man would like to think about is that someone else was or can be with his woman. So a man have to adjust himself to give her a level of innocence she may not deserve. Not all, but in order for a man to actually succumb to a woman, he must focus more so on her virtue.
Mm-hmm.
He can't focus on where she's been and all that, or what? It'll totally turn him away from the desire. And I'm going to be talking about all of this in the academy. On a level, not an accusatory way, but a real way that we can understand our part in this earth as far as what? To be a child of God or a child of disobedience. Hear me now, therefore, O ye children, and depart, read.
And depart not from the words of my mouth. Remove thy way far from her.
Remove what?
Remove thy way far from her.
So listen to what the Most High is telling the men. Brothers have to have enough what? Discipline and fortitude to say, you know what? I'm good. I'm good. Because a real woman of the Most High is going to stand out. Okay? You cannot be dealing with the image of women who are lockstep with the women of the world, looking like the women of the world. No individualism, no modesty. So the woman that's for you, she's going to stand out anyway because she's not like the rest. And then you have to ask the right questions outside of the carnal desire. Brothers, you have to ask questions. Right? Not the questions like, can I drop into my DMs what you doing tonight and all these others. You got to ask questions like, how your mother and father doing?
Mm-hmm.
Are they together? What is your relationship with them? I sure would like to meet them. See? Questions like that. Now, even if there's broken homes or whatever the case is, if she's honest, you can work with that. Because now you know what you're dealing with. But when you just go strictly through what? The outward appearance first and the attraction, that's where you're trapped. That's when you begin to lose focus. And that's when, that's right, the harlot sitting on the beast, now she has all the power. She has all the power. And a man, brothers, the Bible tell you never give your strength to a woman. If you have enough men operating right and choosing with discipline, you know what? Women will have the women who want the family and the life and the nuclear family. You know what? They'll have to fall in line. They will have to follow suit. But as long as a woman believe that she can control or have a man do whatever she wants strictly through the flesh, there's no incentive for her to actually switch things up. A matter of fact, I was online the other day, Elder Lawyer. Someone sent this to me. It tripped me out. And a young girl, she had to be, 20, 21? Right? And this was a white woman. Right? Mm-hmm. And she's like, well, why should I get married? Okay. The men I'm meeting, they're not making enough money for me to take. We get more money by getting the baby. Our goal is to get the baby because the baby get us the money. The white woman. And she says, listen, if I have a baby by just one baby daddy, I'm only getting a small percentage of his check. Right? But if I have 3, 4, 5, 6 baby daddies, then I'm getting the highest amount from each of them, adding to up to $3,000 a month. I got free housing, and now wherever they work, I get a check for doing nothing. And any money I make on top of that myself, that's just extra cash. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Because you have women out there, Elder Lawyer, that have already done the math. Mm-hmm. It's just math to them. And this is what happens when there's no soul left. It's just numbers at this point. Okay. It's just numbers at this point. And I said, Lord. And, I said, Lord. The one who's sitting on that scarlet colored beast, man, she ain't holding nothing back anymore. She's out front saying, listen, it's about the numbers. Let's finish this up, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Reading on, it says,
the 8th verse.
Yep, in verse 8, remove thy way far from her, and come not nigh the door of her house.
Come on.
lest thou give thine honor unto others, and thy years unto the cruel, lest strangers be filled with thy wealth.
Listen, by what?
It says, lest strangers be filled with thy wealth.
Lest strangers be filled with thy wealth. See? The strange woman. Stranger. Now, she's hitting you up. You can't even go on with your life because even if you linked in with another person, here comes someone else with a bill. Right? Because we all know how the weaponry work. No soon as things don't go my way, the same government that provided me a house is now going to give me a court to put him under full subjection. Right? Let me show you. Right here. Justice. Now, if you begin to grow a conscience, then I'm coming after your wealth. Right? Here's the Bible, young men. Like, yeah, she can put you in a pole house. It tell you, lest strangers be filled with thy wealth. That's the system they set up against you. Read.
Lest strangers be filled with thy wealth, and thy labors be in the house of a stranger.
And thy labors, everything you're working for, be in the house of a stranger. Not building your wealth, not building your legacy, but someone else's. And then what happens to the man? Read.
Verse 11. And thou mourn at the last, when thy flesh and thy body are consumed.
Read.
And say, how have I hated instruction, and my heart despised reproof?
Why did I knew I shouldn't have done this. And my heart, and everyone told me what time it was. Even God told me what time it was, but still I didn't listen. Read.
And have not obeyed the voice of my teachers, nor inclined my ear to them that instructed me.
Read.
I was almost in all evil in the midst of the congregation and assembly. Drink waters out of thine own cistern, and running waters out of thine own well.
Drink out of your own well. Brothers, in particular, don't be dropping into people DMs and all that other stuff. When someone advertises themselves online, they're for the world. Brothers, if there's a woman you're interested in, you must come with rules. You even seen what happened. Listen, if Kanye West couldn't control the situation, being a billionaire, what chance you have? He says, listen, my girl is for the gram. You have to set standards. Even if you did drop into DM and got conversation, because that's how people meet sometimes. But now you got to say, okay, you met me, all of that got to go now. Well, what about you? Well, listen, I can use my computer and all that for business. All right? I don't need the Instagram for all that. I can that's what you can tell her. Unless you are online for business, you cannot advertise yourself out for the world. That's the spirit of the scarlet colored beast who sit on many waters, who's looking to get flued out. That's an ideology where the person that you desire to be the mother for your children is for the world. So men have to set standards. And if she chooses the internet or gram over you, then you must have the fortitude to say, you know what? This is not the woman the Most High has for me. Because if you're the man, She'll be willing to drop everything, knowing your worth. Okay? Understand that this is how people are getting together today. So all in all, if she's on there, understand that you're not she look halfway decent too. Are you kidding me? You think you're the first person or the last person that will drop her a DM? Drink water from your own cistern. Right?
And running waters out of thine own well.
Read.
Let thy fountains be dispersed abroad, and rivers of water in the streets.
Read.
Let them be only thine own, and not strangers with thee.
What you want to do, you have to build a legacy for you. Not running around trying to link in with every stranger you find. Okay? Because once it happens, and I'm reiterating what I mentioned earlier, let me tell you, your life will take an entirely different direction outside of any direction you thought. It'll veer off into a direction that you couldn't have even imagined. Like, man, I was on my grind. I had focus. I was doing this and I was doing that. Next thing you know, your life is in shambles. After what? One decision, not listening. That's the power of sex. Sex. Let me go here again, Elder Lawyer, once more before I go into the calls. 666, the frequency of 666. And what did I show? Hex. Hex is what witches use. Here it is. Let me show you. Here it is. 666. Right? Go over here. What is it? 666. Hex. Hex is when someone casts a spell on you. 666. Sincenti, sexagenta, sex. 666. In Latin. In the Greek is hex or a spell. And in the Latin, Esau's satanic tongue, it's sex. How will I control a society to do my bidding? That's right. Through destroying the moral fibers of a person using sex. Because when sex is used incorrectly, that means outside of marriage, it leads to mental illness. And Satan is the god of the mentally ill. Right? When you go into American Legal, chapter 666, American Legal, and these are the ordinances for the Ohio Code, where chapter 666 breaks down sex-related offenses. This is how demons, that's right, Satan have hold of people through demons by doing inordinate sexual activity to people at a young age. And this is how he gains souls to control. Unlawful sexual conduct with minor, 66602. Sexual imposition. These are all legal codes and all that. Chapter 666 for legal codes. Because this is how Satan get a generation of mentally ill to control as a constituency over the people. And they become his what? They become his taskmasters against family. Sex is powerful. So in order for them to bring in the mark of the beast, 666, they must be able to control the people through 666. This is what we hear in this transgenderism and all this other stuff, because these are the people who are being controlled by the overlords. The overlords, that's right, let me put it here. The overlords, and I have it in this book here, the overlords has a symbol. The overlords have a symbol. That's right, 666, the star of Moloch, And that's also in this encyclopedia of Freemasonry. This is not the Star of David. This is the Star of Moloch, linked directly to what? Child sacrifice. And it links to the spirit that we're talking about in the earth. That's right. The overlords can now control the lesser people who are operating the earth immorally through sexual intercourse. It's magic. That's magic 101. Witches, they won't tell you this, but witches will tell you, some of them, if you talk with them sometime and get them outside the camera, that, hey, they'll tell you sex is only another tool for their craft. It's a tool for their craft. Witches, they'll use it to get their own outcome. Okay? And guess who they tout as the first witch under the occult? They highlight that Eve was the first witch, introducing the fruit to man and doing what? Placing man under her power. Witches. The inherent spirit of a witch is a man-hater. A woman who hates man and hates the fact that she must submit to him is the spirit of witch. And they take the power of a man through what? You got it, the craft. And if they have to use their body to do so, they'll do it. Elder Lloyd, anything you have to say before we open up the lines? We have an early one today. I'm gonna leave this out there because I don't want to water this down.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Well, we can definitely go to the calls. I don't have anything to add to what you brought out, so let's go straight to the calls.
Straight to the calls. The ideology, folks, of the whore who sitteth on many waters. She's not a virgin. She's a harlot. And that's the deception. And guess what? When they talk about Virgin Mary and all that, they're hiding their true belief. She's not pure. She's not a virgin. Okay? She's just open for every man. Get out of that virgin birth ideology. It's the ideology of the Jesuits. And a matter of fact, I'm going into the secrets of the Talmud in this academy, and I'm going to show you what some of the top Jesuits say about the Mother Virgin. Okay? She's not a virgin at all, folks. Okay? She's the woman that's worshipped by the knights of Esau. Okay? They just trick people into believing into that virgin stuff and all that through false Christianity. All right. Any questions? Anything you have to say? Jump right in. We have a quick broadcast this evening. Let's go.
All right. There's still one more reference. I'm not sure if you still want to get the hedge.
Oh yeah, let's get that, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. This is the book of Sirach in the Apocrypha, chapter 36, I'll start at verse 24, take it down to 25.
Okay, Sirach, let's get it. Thank you. I forgot about that. Sirach 36, verse?
We're going to start at 24.
Okay. The Apocrypha, Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 36 and 24. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. He that getteth a wife beginneth a possession.
Read that again.
He that getteth a wife beginneth a possession.
He that getteth a wife. Now the Bible tell you, he that findeth a wife findeth a good thing. Why? Because the majority of people in our current society, women in particular, weren't raised to be wives, and that's no slight on them. The system targeted them. So if they are humble enough and virtuous enough to be taught, then there's an opportunity for them. See, there's an opportunity for them. Hey, we were all messed up growing up in this satanic world seeking to find our way. But Christ met us in the path. So that's the same when it comes to women. Right? The Bible says what? When a man findeth a wife, he findeth a good thing. Because it's hard to find a wife. Because what? We've been taught in our society that it's emboldened for a woman to be independent. That's insane. That's crazy. A woman wasn't made to be independent. That's not a badge of honor. The Bible says, and this may trigger some people, he that getteth a wife beginneth a what?
A possession.
A possession. Now, if that triggers a woman, she's under the ideology of the world. Possession? Yes. That means you belong to that man. Is there anything wrong with that? Okay. And that's not a man being pompous or controlling and all that, because he what? A man cherishes his possessions. He that getteth a wife beginneth a possession. Read.
A help like unto himself, and a pillar of rest.
A help like unto himself. So when she comes into play, guess that's right. She's coming into a direction. I need you. I'm taking you on to help me with this. So brothers, when you meet a girl or a woman, it's not just going to be with the carnal lust of sex. It's the direction of speaking to her and letting her know what is her what position in help meeting your agenda. Okay? I'm speaking to you to get you on my program. Okay? This is what you're going to do, and this is how we both going to benefit on the other end of this. So a brother have to come with a plan. A help like unto himself and a pillar of rest. So he's looking for a woman to do what? To be a pillar of rest when he come home. If he's going to slay the dragon and destroy everything and make sure he make it his way home with the provisions, he's coming home to rest. He's not coming home for we need a talk. Or what's going on right here. A man is not coming home for that. He's coming home to relax. Now, is that to say that a woman shouldn't have a voice that's, to say something if she's, if she's uncomfortable, or is this saying that she can't voice her opinion if she's wrong? No, it's not saying that. But should that be the first thing he's met with coming in the door? Should that be the first thing he's met with waking up? So many things are discussed, even what? Even disagreements. But it's the timing of them. That's right, a pillar of rest. That means when he come into the house, it's baby, can I take your shoes? How you feeling? Did you eat anything? What happened today? Because if you operate like that, the real conversation that you think will have conflict will go a lot better. Now you can bring in the disagreements when there's a time of what? A time of peace, where you've already embraced him walking in the door. Now he's ready to validate. Yeah. Something is going on. Talk to me. But a pillar of rest isn't someone who's going to be arguing with you coming in the door, and then when you wake up in the morning, there's an argument or a scenario where she's not speaking to you and all this other stuff. Oh, you're not speaking to me. All right, that's cool. That's fine. Hey, this is how this how it was before we met, isn't it? We wasn't speaking before we met. It seemed like it's about to go in that same direction.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that means what? Smile, be loving, be caring. He that getteth a wife beginneth a possession. And like I said the other day when I was speaking about it from the man's side, brothers, let me tell you, the last thing you want to do is argue with a woman if she's not on your page and don't want to do it. That's weak. Okay? That's straight weak. Oh, she don't follow God. She don't follow me, man. I mean, I'm trying to get in the Bible. Listen, no.
Mm-hmm.
No. You stand your ground with the Most High, and guess what? If she ain't operating right and you are, the Most High is going to move out of the way in time, in due time anyway. It's just a matter of time. That's when you give your power and strength over to a woman, when now you crying. Why, how can you do this to me? And all that. Nah. Let's get back on this. A help like unto himself in a pillar of rest. Read.
25. Where no hedge is, there the possession is spoiled.
Brothers, where no hedge is, there the possession is spoiled. Which means, if you don't have a woman under your full subjection and protection, and she's able to go out and do what she wants with single people and all that, folks, brothers, if you got a woman that's trying to go out with single friends, she's already out of the relationship. Wake up. Girl trips and all that. If she want to go to a girl trip, let me tell you, where no hedge is, there the possession is spoiled. And do not let a woman shame you into keeping a hedge over her. What are you, insecure? No, I'm not insecure at all. I'm totally secure. But you're not going to be secure if you go on that trip.
Mm-hmm.
So don't let a woman shame you into holding your ground according to God. Okay? Remember, I can remember, I know what go down in clubs. I know what go down when girls take trips. Okay? I grew up in the entertainment business. And there's no just going out just to have some fun with your girls. Let me tell you, all of that is BS, bull. Okay? It's straight satanic. And it's what? It's the ideology of what? It's the ideology of the harlot who sit on many waters. Don't ever let a woman shame you into what? Into claiming that you're insecure for putting a hedge over your house like God said do. If she insists, you don't do anything. You don't go off. You don't holler. Okay? You don't abuse or try to stop. You ain't going nowhere. Be like, listen, hey, oh, you going? Okay. I see you breaking up with me. But it's okay. It's all right. It's, may the Lord be with you. What you mean? No. I hope you find the Lord out there. Okay. Well, what do you mean? I'm just going out and listen, you gonna break up with me for this? No, I'm not breaking up with you. You're breaking up with me. You're breaking up with me. Okay, you're breaching the contract here. Okay, so no, I'm letting you know when you leave, you're going out with your girlfriends. find the Lord or find the man, because I thought the Lord was over here. I thought we was doing something here. But I know it's in the clubs. And if you got a woman that look halfway decent, somebody else going to think exactly what you think when they see her.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Another thing. I grew up at a time where, and I'm going to just put it out there, I grew up at a time where my sister would look like she's going outside with her Sunday's best, like she's going to church. My sister, even in high school and all that. And then she have another little bag working that she's really with the real gear on, that she's going to go wherever she's got to go with her girlfriends and all that. Oh, sisters, I know sisters mad at me. I'm spilling all the beans tonight. All right. So I've seen my sister, like my father, like, you ain't going nowhere, da 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 da. And she looked like she's about to go to choir practice. Okay. Oh no, just going out, long dress or whatever the case is, looking, and next thing you know, around the corner, she got a whole nother bag working. A bag this small. So we're going to tell you how it is. This is what God said do. Let's read that last verse again.
Yes, sir.
25. Let's read it.
25. Where no hedge is, the possession is spoiled, and he that hath no wife will wander up and down mourning.
This is what happens when you allow your wife, to hang out with single people. Where no hedge is, there the possession is spoiled. And now this is you real quick. And he that hath no wife will wander up and down mourning. Okay. Now, if the housing is in her name, that's going to be a tough deal. Brothers, I'm going to tell you this. If you already live with someone, it's okay. Work it out where you can get something in your name or build something that she can move into. But brothers with no wife at all, don't ever move into a woman's house. Okay? Don't ever pack up and move into a woman's house, because that's a role reversal. She's providing shelter for you. Okay? So in actuality, she's not going to say it. As long as you cool, she's going to seem submissive because she's a woman. But in her mind, this is my house. Okay? And he that have no wife will wander up and down mourning. Because if it's her house, that's right. And it's time for this thing to break off. High level humiliation. High level humiliation. And I'm talking about, even though there's luggage upstairs, she's not going to give you the dignity to borrow it. We're talking about, that's right, your Xbox with one controller missing, no power cord, and what? Plastic bags for luggage. Locks changed. And she did it on the same night rain was forecast. This is what happens when that's right, when you don't have provisions for yourself living under a woman. All right? Let's read that last two pieces again.
Yes, sir. Where no hedge is, the possession is spoiled, and he that have no wife will wander up and down mourning.
That's right. And he that have no wife will wander up and down mourning. Brothers and sisters, there's nothing in these streets out here. There's nothing. So brothers, if you have a woman who want to be out there, guess what? That's not your woman. Read about the harlot who who sit on many waters. It's an ideology. She's free to be had. And then look what happened to Solomon and others. So now you must rule with your greater mind and have a conscience on how you choose a wife or a helpmeet. Last verse.
Yes, sir. 26.
26.
Who will trust a thief well appointed, that skippeth from city to city? So who will believe a man that have no house?
Oh, Lord, let me blow that up. Lord, brothers, don't get mad at me on this one. It's like the Most High done pulled out something in 2020, so-called 2023. Who will trust a thief well appointed? Now I need y'all to check this out. What do you mean a thief well appointed? Read.
That skippeth from city to city.
That skippeth from city to city. You're talking about a man who's traveling what? Who don't have a place of his own, looking to stay someplace. See, women usually leave where they at and cleave to a man. Or she may find another city and cleave to a man. That's normal for a woman. That's not normal for a man to be traveling from city to city without a place to call his own. He's running from something. See? He don't have a place to call his own, and he has perfected the art of sleeping. That's right, in someone else's house. And once the gig is up, he's already worked on it and understand what? He understand the profile of women who are lonely. I'm gonna tell you, he have perfected the art of finding or knowing that a woman is lonely. Who will trust a thief well appointed that skippeth from city to city? Read.
So who will believe a man that have no house?
This is what God say. Who will believe a man that haven't even established a place to live for himself? So if you allow a man in like that, saying I'm being charitable and I'm doing, listen, you get what God said you got. Well, I want to help him get on his feet and this, that, and the other. That's fine. And sometimes it works. But the majority of the time, so who will believe a man that have no house and lodgeth wheresoever the night taketh him? And that's a tough deal in the society where they've given the woman the power without work at all to actually have what? Shelter. Automatically the power goes to a woman. The only thing she has to do is to deliver a child to the system. They don't even care about where the man is. We know what that child will be if it grows up without the mother and father, a nuclear family. That child will be for the system. It will be controlled under what? You got it, the lords of darkness. They have the whole construct in place to squeeze everything they can out of a slave. With that, Elder Lawyer, thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Let's open up the lines real quick. 515-605-9327. We will not be on late at all. I have a few things to work out. I got to also prepare. I got to do some reading. And I got to prepare for what we're going to be dealing with this coming Sunday. I got a lot of research. So let's jump right in. 1 second. 515-605-9327. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer those. If you have a comment on anything we've talked about, the floor is yours. Okay? And thank you, elders, for monitoring the chat. And again, as long as people aren't spamming, as long as they aren't spamming or putting some derogatory stuff in the chat, even if those who disagree or whatever the case is, let them chat as long as they're willing to call in and stand with their words. Don't block them. Now, if you don't call in, then you'll be in the world of Gigabyte. Okay? Again, the Hebrew and Bible Academy, tracing the serpent seed this week. The whole focus is what? Spiritual growth throughout the whole academy. And I'm going to be dropping. That's right. We're going into the angels who taught mankind wickedness on earth. And we're going to break down how that transcends into our society today, this coming Sunday. Go to historytimes.org to enroll.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Okay, here I am.
Unmuted.
Unmuted, here I am. Elder Rikosh Yar live on Blog Talk Radio, Satan's Frequency 666. And what he used to control people and turn them into the mentally ill? Sex. 917 area code. We have Lima who has a question.
Shalom, Elder.
Oh, shalom, Sister.
Hello?
Hey. And you know what, Dovetail? You know what highlights? Hold on, Lima. Let me ask Elder Lawyer this. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen that special from Kirk Franklin did?
I heard about it, but I didn't see it.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, brother, it makes so much sense. It's a shame that the world didn't know this story long before now. But it makes so much sense, and it also highlights, an ugly, dark spot in our community that have been hidden for so long. But I digress. You need to see it.
Y'all check it out.
I mean, even when the results was 99.995, she still denied it. And it was probably pride, trying to hide past shame, but no one can truly heal until they just admit it. Yes, Lima. How are you doing, Lima?
Shalom, Elder. How are you? Shalom, Elder Lawyer. I was just calling. I am a member with GOCC New York. I was there with Gabar and everyone. I just recently lost my husband, and I'm going through a hard time. And I just needed, if y'all could just give me, I don't know. It's really, really hard. My boys was baptized with your guys, Rashid and Laquan, they GOCC New York. I recently lost my husband, and I'm going through such a hard time, and it's just really hard on me right now. So I was really eager to speak to you guys to see if y'all could give me like some kind of advice or... I read my scriptures, I keep praying, but I'm in so much pain.
Well, I understand that, sister, and you have our deepest condolences, all right? What I'll do is,
Yes.
you in New York, I have your number. We're going to make sure a call is given to you to see what we can help assist in all of this, and you understand, and you have our prayers, but, we're going to, outside the broadcast, we'll give you a call and see what we can do to help you, okay?
Okay, and me and my husband been in the Hebrew Bible Academy ever since 2014. We got all of our certificates from the Hebrew Bible Academy. I got them hanging up. It's just really, really hard.
I understand. Let me ask you, if you don't mind me, if you can. I'll call afterwards. But how old was he, and how did he pass? What was wrong with him?
Well, he was suffering from chest pain, and then when they took him to the hospital, they said his heart stopped. So they resuscitated him, and they had to keep resuscitating him like that whole night, and the next morning he passed.
How old was he?
38.
Oh my goodness, young. He didn't take the stuff. He did. He didn't.
No,
okay.
No.
All right.
No.
All right. Okay. Well, don't worry about it, sister. Let's call you offline. You have my deepest condolences, and we'll do what we can to help you. Okay.
Thank you, Elder.
You're welcome.
I love you guys.
Thank you, sister. You stay strong. All right. You stay in prayer. We're gonna reach out to you.
Please do. Thank you.
All right. All right. Shalom.
Shalom, everyone.
Shalom, sister. Stay strong. And prayers to your family. All right.
Thank you.
You welcome.
Thank you.
Sister Esther has a comment. 770 area code.
Elder. Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Sister Esther. How are you?
I'm holding on by the grace of the Most High. I'm hanging in there. I don't know if I should be on air or off the air. I'm calling about I just lost my granddaughter in the hospital in Maryland here, and I came up from Georgia to be there for my daughter, and the baby passed away 3 hours after birth, and now with so many little things that's happening now that, you know, the baby was not getting no oxygen, and they, during the labor process, my daughter was given this blood pressure medication that I believe passed on to the baby, and I believe it caused the baby heart to collapse. And because the daughter said as soon as they administered this blood pressure medication,
Sister, you have my deepest condolences, but let me call you offline for this. All right, I don't want you already going through it. I don't want that to be publicized throughout every instance of what happened to your family. You're already going through enough. Okay, I wrote your number down. We're going to give you a call. All right.
Okay, I do.
All right, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
It's unfortunate the time we're living in, and I was talking about this years ago. Is that we have to brace ourselves for as many loved ones that the Most High may take. When they begin to open things back up, we're going to see the results of some of what they let loose in society. All right, but I'll call. We have to brace ourselves. We're in some deep times. And there's no one to trust outside the Most High. Sometimes you go into these institutions, you have to go in there, you know, with both eyes wide open. Especially in a time in which the world is in the replacement mode for God's people. So I'll call you, okay? Cora has a comment and or question.
Shalom, Elder. Yeah. Well, first of all, my comment is, I'd say for this presentation tonight is wow. I mean, it's so informative. And I said, you know how to really interpret things and read it. I mean, I never would have gotten all of this together. I just, with just the literature and everything.
Praise the Most High.
Yes, praise the Most High for your talent. But now, I do have a question. Basically, now when all the other stuff hits the fan finally, how are we supposed to, to avoid doing what the devil wants? How will we be able to, well, it says, you can't buy or sell if you don't take the mark. But if you don't take the mark, how will we be able to, now I know you got things planned, for food now and that, but what about other needs, like, say, clothing and other little things that you might want to buy, incidentals and things like that? How can we go about obtaining those? Do you have a plan in place for that?
The Bible tells us that when you go into Matthew, right, the 6th chapter, it breaks down that the Most High feed the birds every day and clothe them who don't toil or spin.
Oh, okay.
So the whole deal is to have your gifts in place and the means to be able to make your own when it's time. Like, for instance, we had Shawan's wife, blessings to her. She made a whole thing of meat trees with material and all of that for for the teachers, within the church. So here it is.
I can sew, I can knit, and I can crochet and everything. But when it comes time to get those materials to do that,
well,
should I start storing up the materials now?
Absolutely. Materials.
Okay.
Make yourself some patterns. Get a few things going. It'll come in handy.
Oh, all right.
All right.
And one other question. I had been looking into buying land for sheep. Now, if I were to buy some land and get some sheep, and start raising sheep, could I have the church members, come in and help me with that, and we can all share it together, I need some shepherds to, herd the sheep for me, to run the sheep farm for me.
Okay, well, make sure you speak to the township or whichever area you're going to get to make sure it's coded for that. And if you if you get some animals, we'll find some people to help you.
Oh, okay. Well, where I am right now, I'm in New York, so it wouldn't hardly be in New York, but I have been looking at property like out in Wyoming. Do you have any churches out in areas like Wyoming and through there?
Well, like I said, you get it. No matter where it is, we have the people.
Then you're all together. Okay.
All right.
And one other question.
Oh, this is the last one because I got to get through these calls now.
Okay. You have any plans to open up any churches in any of the African countries besides one where you have in the one you've already opened in Nigeria? I think it was Nigeria. You have one.
We have one church. We have one church in Zimbabwe, and we have another in Ghana.
And Ghana, that's where it was. I was just looking. And it's saying it's open anymore?
Absolutely.
I've noticed that. Oh, okay. Because the property is rather cheap in Africa, so I was looking to kind of move over that way. Okay. Well, have a good evening, Elder.
All right. You're welcome. All right. Bless you.
Okay. Shalom.
Shalom. I'll tell you, though, I would beware of trying to move to Africa by yourself because it's going to be a culture shock and nothing like you ever thought you would have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
It all sounds good from a financial standpoint, but believe me, the means to be able to make the finances you make here will be zilch. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, going into an African country with no help, you would walk off the plane as a mark. Okay, you will be a mark.
Well, I had been watching this on YouTube. This one. I subscribe to them, the Unapologetic Nomads, and their travels around the different countries in Africa.
Sister, listen, it's listen. The uploads look like they got it going on. Okay, I'm just letting you know what I know. There's no person that I warned not to do that who didn't regret it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
And matter of fact, if you describe it's about to go over there, you're probably a mark already. Stay guided under men who care for you And if you need me go to Africa, we got people over there in the countries that we have a church who can help you. But get under guidance here. All right?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sister.
Shalom.
All right. Shalom. Deanne has a question. Shalom,
Hello,
Deanne.
Shalom.
How are you doing, Deanne? Shalom.
I'm trying. I'm making it. I'm going. I'm progressing. Thank you so much for time. So I wanted to say that.
Let me say this. Someone says, sister, don't let anyone tell you don't go to Africa or wherever. Listen, I mean, don't block the person. Listen, you have a right to comment, but I need you to reach out to the sister and make sure you pay and look out for her when she go. Or will you care if something happened to her if she's there?
Right.
So people have so much to say because, you know, they got a device to type with. Let me tell you, it's hard for sisters to survive even in this country. Okay? You go into another country as a sister, let me tell you, you can be totally ravished, destroyed in these countries. And obviously, that's coming from a person who probably haven't been anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay? So, instead of writing, sister, don't let nobody tell you what to do, because that elders are supposed to lead and direct people. If they she asked me a question, and I have to give her an honest answer in protecting her, knowing what's on the outside of America. She didn't ask you the question. And there's a reason why. Because you wouldn't be responsible if anything happened to her. You wouldn't feel anything about it anyway. Okay? Now, the proper thing that you should have did, Archer, whoever your name is, you should have said, I'm willing to make sure you're okay. Link with me, and I can make sure you're okay. And take care of and guide the sister if you have the power to do so. Okay? And that's why you only got a device and a comment. And that's why you're commenting on this page.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And no one is coming to you for advice because you don't understand responsibility comes with what you say on a platform. And I'm not going to allow a sister to do something without the insight of what happens in these countries. Okay? I'm sorry, sister. Go on. And you can let this person chat. They can troll if they would like. Yes, Dawn, you have a question? Deanne? I'm sorry, Deanne.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, as a woman who, I have a comment and a question, sir. So, as a child, I stopped living with my mother at 12, and so I had to figure it out being just me.
Hold up. How did that happen? You skipped over a lot. How can you be on your own at 12 years old?
So I was being physically abused in the home by my stepfather and my mother, to a point where it was like the next year my brother was about to go off to college, and it was like I couldn't be in that house alone. So I felt like the only way I could get out was by I called my sister's house. I called an organization to help, whatever, and so my school investigated it.
Okay.
And so that's how.
And what happened to him?
That timing, a day. And then
no, your phone broke up. What happened to him, sister?
Yes, sir. So he ended up just spending, like, him and my mom, the day that it happened, they sat in jail for like a couple hours, basically. Then got bailed out, and then I ended up living with them. So I have 2 siblings.
Okay, let me ask you specific questions. Was he arrested for his abuse against you?
Yes.
I'm talking about, did he do jail time?
No. Like, it wasn't hard. Like, they would just put for, like, child. Like, I was 12, so I don't really know the exact, but I know something happened to them. I didn't ever go deep to, like, find out. I just know that it happened to them.
Your mother, what did she say for all
Yes.
of this? Have she apologized?
So my mother's still no, my mother's still with him to this day, and today's actually her birthday. And I spoke to her and I told her that I've been getting closer to God. I prayed this year to get closer to the Lord, and I have just now joined this Hebrew Bible Academy this Sunday, so I'm getting closer to God. And I told my mom that I've been trying to forgive her through all this. I've been praying it in the Bible, but in my heart I'm still struggling with forgiveness. And so she told me that I did it to myself. She told me that this was all on me. That it and so.
Well, let's stop for a second. 12-year-old girl who had nothing to do with the man that was brought into your home, right? And her only answer to when all you need from her is an I apologize. Her only answer to you, so that you cannot grow from that 12-year-old girl and go forward, her only answer to you is to say it was your fault. Okay, so what did you do that she's claiming that led to this man violating a minor?
So she's saying I didn't listen. She's saying that.
Okay, clarify that. You didn't listen. She told you to do what, and you didn't follow?
So we weren't allowed to do anything. We could only go to home and come and to school and to home. We couldn't do anything. We couldn't have friends. We couldn't go to the park. We couldn't do anything. Like it wasn't that type of. We were in the house all the time. So I guess the fact of me wanting to just be out a little bit, like my brother, I have my stepfather. My mother has.
I'm gonna let you go on, because it doesn't matter from her point whether or not you followed what she said. For her to have a guy who would violate a child in her home.
Yes, sir.
And you know what? And we are supposed to forgive, right? But all in all, I mean, she could at least say she's sorry. Does she take any? Does she take any responsibility for this? And the only reason that this angers me, sister, to some degree, sister, and I'm gonna tell you why it angers me. This is the type of activity that's continually protected in our community.
Mm-hmm.
And she should be in jail for allowing that, and he should be in jail. We're the only community, and it goes back to what I was talking about earlier, sister. How this system actually promotes that type of behavior, knowing that the children goes into a system, a Babylonian system that really destroys the child.
Yeah, I went into that spiral you were talking about, this uncontrolled, that you don't even know how you got there. I was like, that was the perfect word for it. I was like, how did this even happen? How did I let this happen? And so you said about the water goddess, and so the water, that serpent, and I was thinking that it was Jezebel, because I spiraled out of control. I ended up in witchcraft, and I was summoning Jezebel, thinking she was my friend. That's how much I was beguiled. I was tricked. And so
hold up. You said a mouthful right there. We need to slow that up.
Yes,
because this is actually highlighting what I'm talking about, this hidden spirit that's going on destroying our society. With you being separated without protection of your family, you spiraled out of control, and it led you into witchcraft, where you are now summoning spirits at this point, right?
Yes.
Look at that.
Yes.
And see, this happens to so many people, sister. How old are you now?
I'm 25.
Because guess what? These witches, warlocks, these witch covens and all that, they prey on orphan children.
Yes, it's like they got me within months of going in the system. Months.
They're there. When you're in these homes, CPS and all that, they target all these places because The priesthood of Babylon used orphans for their future priests and priestesses. That's an order that's set up. So we have to watch, even though there is some help that comes with some of these places are targeted by witches, warlocks, and sorcerers. See, folks? Listen, I never spoke to this sister beforehand. The Most High put it in me to go into this record, go into some understanding of what's going on with the spirit of the harlot. And now it's all coming out where it's actually being what? Brothers and sisters are actually confirming what I'm talking about. This is a systematic priesthood that's set up. And this is why those like mothers and fathers, people who bring men into their home and all that, why you think there's what? Light penalties, because they want a system like this. Because this is how Satan gets what? New blood. Let me show this. I'm going to let you have the next word, sister. Yes, for those who missed it, I showed in this old book. You can't even find one like this. Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. How when they get to a girl young, they prep her in her purity. This is Satan holding a sickle. Make sure he dress her all up and all that. But once she's out there by herself, he turns her into this. And now it's confirmed that when daughters and sons are violated and all that, something happens to them that leads them to the dark side. Because why? It leads them to where they have no respect for authority. Because the only place of authority that they trusted would protect them, that's right, violated them. So now it spins them into the world where they can't embrace anyone. If you can't be protected by your own parents, then how can I trust anyone out in this world? And this is where witches and warlocks, a lot of them get orphans and turn them into new agents and gatekeepers for their system. Go ahead, say what you have to say, sister, and I'm going to let you get the last word. And I thank the Most High, sister, that you were able to overcome and are strong enough to do so, which shows that Christ had grace on you and he guided you through all of it.
I can honestly say, yes, sir. I can honestly say it was my man who got me out of it. I now have a daughter, and I'm still with her dad, and we're a nuclear family. We're together.
Good.
And that's who pulled me out. So being though that I have experienced this though, how do I deal with the fact of the temptation, the fact that I realistically am still in the flesh? I really, you know what I'm saying? How do I deal with the fleshly experience?
Oh, look, the temptation to do what? What are you talking about?
So, being that I'm of the world, so I have 9 piercings still, to this day. I don't put my piercings in, but I have the option to, to was feeling so bad. I was like, maybe I could do that. That's not what I want to do. I haven't worn it in about 3 years, but I want to do it because I was feeling at a low point, you know?
No.
Yeah.
No. When a thought come in, let your piercings close. Okay? A lot of the psychological damage that comes through those becoming witches and all that is that the spirit in you, it's a spirit that attacks. And it leads to self-harm, self-mutilation. That's a demon.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, let the piercings close, sister. Walk away.
Yes, sir.
All right?
All right.
All right, bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. Thank you for being so open. This phone call is going to help many, many young ladies out there. All right?
Yes,
bless you.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
And so many of our people have these same stories. And, you know, they have these same stories. They keep these stories to themselves. They are ashamed. And they shouldn't be ashamed. It's not her fault that she had to go through this. Mother bringing some satanic perv up into the home. I'm sorry. Ah, Lord. Man, we living in a different time. Let me tell you, when I was growing up, everything but the furniture would have been on that. You know, I'm done with that. 470 area code. I mean, a 12-year-old girl. It's like, give her an opportunity to grow up and, you know, and grow up naturally and choose her own path. Boy, I'm so glad she made it through. Praise the Most High. Kayem has a comment.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, sir.
All praise the Most High. Hayabah Shimon Shaibu Wakadash, Elder.
Yes, sir.
What you brought out last week, far as with Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah.
If you could do the body a favor and Google Oprah Magazine Mystery. And what is going to be pulled up is everything you just was talking about, the scarlet. Oprah is in red, and she has purple over her eyes. And
Oprah Magazine what?
Oprah Magazine Mystery. And when it comes up, you should see Oprah in red with a red veil over her head.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, sir. You brought it. You brought it all together, and that's the Holy Spirit. Elder, I thank you so much. Oh man, like without all praise to the Most High, higher, and in Yeshua's name, that this church is nothing but the truth, and we thank you for keep on doing what you're doing, Elder. Right.
Every woman needs a little mystery and a lot of color. Mystery Babylon, the woman in scarlet color.
Yes, sir.
This is a shame. I mean, they've been putting it right in our face the whole time. This is their true weaponry. The witch. Thank you, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. And then when you hear Oprah's story, it's a shame because she was a victim. And it's generational. It goes from one to the next. This is how they get priests and priestesses. Broken people instead of what? Instead of judging the violator. They allow the violators to go back into the community and do more violating because they need these broken people. They need these broken people for priests and priestesses of Moloch to be controlled under the shield. Look up Project Paperclip, folks. 757 area code.
Shalom.
Shalom, how are you?
Shalom, Elvin.
Shalom, how are you, Deborah?
I'm getting there. Yeah. I wanted to say that my parents were under the system of Moloch sacrifice. They were both given away when they were little. My mother was given away. I came up here one time before and told about this. And my father was given away when they were little. And I believe they became taskmasters. And they both did well. You know, my mother was a nurse, and my father and I was a welder, a shipbuilding. But I watched them when I was growing up. I watched the things that they did. I was very observant and watched. And my father divorced my mother when I was 2 years old. And I watched everything that went on. And I when we talk about with the 666, I watched that. Now they were very discreet with what they did. I have to give them a good job on that, but it still did not. It still damaged. It damaged, okay? And then they would go to church, and they still did what they did. They still did, they were very, very discreet when they went out or whatever, but I knew what was going on. I did. I did. And I was looking at that picture of that scarlet colored beast where you see him holding her hair. Remember you did a lesson on the energy is in the hair?
Yeah.
Back ago, the energy is in the hair. Okay, and everything going on with the hair and the nails. Okay, that kind of thing. I just wanted to bring that up too. But I also wanted to say, you and I are in the same age era. So my job, when I was young in all teenage years, I was lost. I didn't know the difference between sex and infatuation. But I came up in a strict home, but I'm thinking they want to be strict or whatever. But look what they're doing. Okay, it's a reflection on themselves. I used to go for visitation rights with my father, and my father was a Mason. He was a Mason, and I used to ask him, "What do you do, and what happens in the meetings that you go to?" And he would tell me, "If I tell you, baby, I would have to turn around and end your life."
That's not a nice thing for a father to say.
Yeah, well, he was saying, because he was hard in that. He was of the what's the different ones? He was in the Prince. Yes.
Yeah, usually if you're black, you can't be in the Scottish or York Rite. You must be a Prince Hall Mason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when my father passed, when he passed and all, he had hid his rings. I found his rings hid in a bag, and his gloves hid, way back behind a door, or whatever. When I went, when we finally went to where my father lived, and he had markings all through, and they're still there. Where he got, what do you call them, sigmas? What do you call them? Different little diagrams. He has things on the wall there, through in the bathroom and in the bathroom, and yes. But what I wanted to say about this, and I'm gonna try to be quick with everything here. As far as because I'm in your era. So the young women coming up, and I'm talking about systematic things here, and all with your children and the things that are happening, because it's coming fast. They're getting ready to put down some more laws in regards to Section 8 or whatever that they're getting ready to get rid of, subsidized housing, subsidized child care.
Yes,
or whatever.
they're getting rid of all of it. They're getting rid of all of it.
This right here, and it was bad enough, through the pandemic and stuff, where you thought that they were going to give you, some people said, well, we don't have to pay the money back. Then they came right back and asked for this money back. And if you didn't have the money to pay them back with the past rent or whatever, out you go. Evictions came.
Yeah, it's coming.
So I saw a lot of that go down. I saw a lot of that go down. And, and I've never had it, but, once in my life, Section 8. But I'm going to say this to the young women out there. Your children, and I understand or whatever, the principles of the Bible are so important, because God is the God of order. So if we don't follow in all the, of the Most High, the principles of the Bible, the commandments, it's just out of order. There's no proper order to the Almighty. So these things are going to happen. So then, you're raising the children, the father's not there, you're single. Then, it used to be, when I was under Section 8, it was actually security guards that walked all night long or whatever to check to see if there were cars parked outside of the ones that were supposed to be parked in the area or whatever, because they're looking for men to come in late at night. And if you came in late at night and stuff and all, they're out there ready to question you, ready to take you down, because you're not supposed to be out here.
Yeah, it's different now. It's different.
It's different. It's different now. So, but when you look at everything and all, it's just like you say, it's an entrapment. You end up in Big Daddy Kane's hands and Big Daddy Chain's hands all at one time. So I was right before I got on. I'm gonna get ready to go.
Oh, sister, I gotta go to the next call. I'm sorry. It's all right. If you can turn.
All right, Shalom.
All right, Shalom. Thank you. All right. All right. Great points. Tyron has a question.
Yeah, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, sir. How are you? Yes.
Yes, I have a question about Exodus 19.
Let me pull it up.
The first verse says mentions it's the third month, and according to our calendar, it's 3 days before first fruits. But if you jump down to the 10th verse,
brother, I don't even got the Bible up yet.
Oh, okay.
I don't even
I'm
got the
sorry.
context. Work with me. Exodus 19 what?
Okay. 19:1 mentions it's the third month, and according to our church
In
calendar,
the third month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai.
right? But if you jump down to the 10th verse,
Okay.
the Lord is telling Moses to sanctify the people, and 2 days from then is the last day of first fruits. I'm trying to understand. Should we still be practicing that?
Be practicing what? First fruits?
No, the sanctification in verse 10.
No,
Sanctify the people
because the
and
sanctification
wash their clothes.
comes. No, the sanctification came when Christ was baptized. That was the cleansing of the people. Now that's the new way. That's why you say you must be baptized. All right. So the sanctification and cleansings and the sacrifices were fulfilled in Christ. When we're baptized, we're fulfilling that. Okay.
Okay. So that goes that goes for Passover. I mean, not Passover, but unleavened bread as well.
Yeah, all the
Right.
washings are done under the baptism now. That's why it
All
says
right.
he became our high priest after the order of Melchizedek. So now all of those ceremonies is in Christ. The washings is the baptism. Okay, so there's no need in doing it repetitiously anymore. We follow the holy days, but the things that Christ fulfilled when we were baptized, we went through the cleansings of the priest. All right, we don't have to worry about sacrificing animals the same exact under the letter, because Christ was crucified and his blood was shed for us for the holy days. You got it?
I got it.
My brother. All right. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. Okay, we're breaking down soon, Belinda. I'll move through these quick. We need to do 2 minutes per, if we can. All right, we have
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom.
Lakar, Elder Lawyer.
Shalom.
Shalom.
I have a question. Gratefully, I was accepted into the academy. I spoke with you last week concerning my situation, and I was accepted in the academy, but I didn't find out till late Sunday. So I missed the live class on Sunday. Will I be able to go back and see the live class?
Yes, check your email.
Okay. So that was my question. And okay, my statement was, I spoke to you last week, and I spoke concerning 2017 when I got hired for a label to be a ghostwriter.
Yeah, you was telling me that.
And you told me to save that. You told me save that for next week. So I never got to start the job, only because I was praising a hire on my social media, and I believe that that's the reason that he prevented me from taking that job.
Okay.
You know, because previous to that, you know, I wrote lyrics in praise of the Most High. And I put that also on social media. So I don't know if it was the lyrics that I did write and did put out that also
Well,
gave
sister,
the
there's
label
no way
indication
there's
that
no way to figure out whether or not that's so, right? There's no way to know, right? The only thing I can tell you is if you want to do music for the Most High, do it. Right? I do music that has nothing to do with me connecting to the world. Take all your gifts and put it into
Okay,
that.
I heard the music. I love your music.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, sister, I got to go to the next call, and hey, put your music in and do it, and let's hear what you have to bring forth. All right?
Okay, well, real quick, I need help with my music because
Sister,
when I did write it,
sister, I can't take on no projects. What you can do is send an email.
Oh no, I'm not asking you right now.
Okay.
I'm just stating that when I wrote it, I had a different understanding of the Most High, even a different name.
Okay.
So when I wrote it, I'm not understanding the name was Yahushua. So now that I know better,
sister, just
I would
switch
like
the
to
lyrics up.
record and do better.
Sister, switch the lyrics up. Once you get that thing working, and make sure you reach out to us with the music. And that's a blessing. All right. Autumn has a comment. Hey, we got some talented people up in here. Just switch the name up and bring it forth. Autumn has a comment. Talk to me.
Shalom, elders. How are you all?
I'm doing well, Autumn. Yourself?
I'm blessed, thank you. I just had a comment. I'm from the California body, and I just wanted to say thank you for this lesson. Coming out of the ideology of being an independent woman and I don't need nobody and all this stuff, it's been a very edifying experience. I was in the Bible Academy and I watched the panel you did with the married couple, and I learned a lot. So
All praises.
I just wanted to express gratitude because I feel like I was a bit lost in the concept of what a marriage or a healthy relationship would be like prior.
Mm-hmm.
How a woman should present herself, even if it's not what's normal in the world. I'm okay with not being normal because normal had me absolutely lost. So I really do appreciate you and Elder Lawyer for everything you guys did today and in the academy.
Oh,
and
all
I
praises.
just wanted to express.
I'm listening.
Oh, I was just saying I wanted to express my gratitude. The reason why I was introduced to GOCC is because of my two older brothers. So it's been a journey, but I'm really grateful, and I'm looking forward to just applying what you guys have been teaching, and hopefully as I prepare like my mind and my body to become a wife, I'll really be able to have that position and hold it down.
All praises, all praises. How old are you, young lady? All praises be to the Most High. How old are you?
I'm 24.
24.
I
That's
just turned
good.
24.
That's good.
hmm
And your father, how's he? What'd he do?
My
Where he is?
father is good.
Okay.
Our relationship was a little rocky in the beginning, but that wasn't at any fault of him not wanting to be there. I just think that in his young age, he wasn't. There was just some things that he didn't understand as far as raising a daughter.
Is that what he told you?
So we've had a lot of conversations.
Okay,
because
that's good.
It's kind of awkward, but I just had to learn to listen to him and get his perspective. And thankfully, I never had a mother that took him to court or talked down on his name. So there was
That's
a lot
good.
of things that I just had to figure out on my own.
Well,
so,
that's good. That's good.
Yeah. So my
Okay.
father and I, we have a great relationship.
All right. Well, sister, hey, we're glad to have you as part of the body, and I'm sure you're gonna make some young man, you're gonna make some young man happy. You're gonna be a good wife. Just stay
Thank you
humble,
very
stay
much.
humble, and don't listen to the noise. Because at the end of the day, I don't care what people put online and all that. There's no such thing as a perfect happily ever after marriage. That's ridiculous. That's Disney.
Yeah.
So
definitely,
the Bible says, hey, even if you get married, there's going to be trouble in the flesh. Because why? There's going to be struggles because a struggle began with how all of this started with our father and mother, Adam and Eve, arguing. blaming one another, whatever the case is. But at the end of the day, if both of you on the same agenda, which is the kingdom of heaven, and each as individuals, man and woman, embrace your role, and your role is that commitment the Most High made in you, and then everything else, disagreements or whatever, you can overcome those. But don't let anyone ever, once you get a husband, don't let anyone get in between that. Be his rock.
I won't.
Help me. Don't let anyone just listen to what he say, and especially if he's a good man. All right, and if he's veering off, help steer him back right. Okay, and I'm sure he'll do the same for you, because ain't nothing out here. All right. All right. Thank you, sister. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Humility. That's good. She has a humble spirit. Aaron has a question. Ron.
How you doing, Elder?
I'm blessed by the best. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm not gonna take too much of your time. I'm kind of surprised that I'm calling in, but when I heard the lesson, man, it cut me real deep, because I'm going through a lot. What you was talking about today.
Like what?
And basically, my question, as far as my wife.
What you going through?
Well, man, we've been together for like 9 years, and we was both in the world. And I believe I've been in the truth for like almost 3 years now.
Okay.
Yeah. So I kind of
I'm trying to get in specific. What in the lesson really highlighted or pointed to what you're dealing with? In specific, what's that?
Okay, I'm gonna be specific. She still likes the world, And I've been there too. I was in the world and
like the world.
Things that I was
That's
doing,
general. Give me some details.
Okay, like partying, like partying, the way she dressed. She like the way she dressed, the partying, going to the clubs and things like that of that nature.
Oh, okay. Do you go to the club with her?
Nah. I'm kind of done with that lifestyle.
Okay, so what do you think? What do you think she's doing at the club?
Honestly, I know that. But like I said, we've been together for 9 years. Being with another dude or anything like that, I definitely don't believe.
Listen. I'm not making no accusations. I'm asking you, what do you think she's doing at the club?
Oh, she liked to listen to music and dance.
Oh, okay.
When we was together, we was in the club dancing with each other.
Okay, I got you. I got you. So let me ask you this: do you think that she go to the club and refrain from dancing with other men?
Nah, she don't do that.
Oh, she just listen to music.
She might dance with her, dance by herself. She don't dance with no other guys. I know that for a fact.
Okay, you know that. When the last time you went to the club with her?
It wasn't no club. It was more like a lounge.
No, I'm talking about the club she goes to.
Nah, it's been a long time since I've been to the club with her.
What time she come home from the club?
Usually after the club end, or she might grab something to eat, then she come on home.
What time?
I mean, clubs that are like at 2, so I might be like 3:30.
Okay, so your wife, I take it, your mother of your children?
Yeah.
Goes out to a club, comes home past 3 a.m, and that's okay for you?
No, it's not okay. That's why it's not okay. That's why I was giving you. So I was calling. To.
Brother, let me tell you. Listen. I understand where you are. Okay.
Yeah.
The reality of what happens when a woman goes to the club, in order for a man to stay with a woman, he has to create what he believes is happening. Let me read this again for you.
All right.
All right. Have you ever mentioned that you don't like her going out to clubs?
Yeah, we didn't get into it about it, you know.
Okay.
We didn't have little fights and stuff about it.
Okay, so you've mentioned,
Yeah,
I don't want that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Elder Lawyer,
Yes, sir.
where were we? Ciroc?
36 and 25.
36 and 25, right? Uh-huh. All right, I'm going to go there again, young man. How old are you?
I'm 38.
38. How old is she?
She's 41.
41 and still out there clubbing with children.
Yeah.
Okay, let me read this again.
Started 24.
Let me read it. I'm going to read this. Where no hedge is, right?
Yeah.
There the possession is spoiled. Right? Do you think there's a hedge over your wife going to the club and then may go out to get something to eat only to come back home 3:30 in the morning? Is that a hedge?
Nah, that's not no hedge.
And he that have no wife will wander up and down mourning. That's your wife, right? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
If you were to tell her, listen, you go out again, that would be you are divorcing me. Okay? What do you think her answer would be on that? What do you think she'll say to
Man, I
you?
don't know. That's gonna lead to a big fight, man. That's all this gonna lead to.
No, not a fight.
And then
not a fight. This is one sentence here.
Yeah.
This is one phrase here. You go out at any time and you got my children and you out there in the streets, the next time you do this, we're no longer together and we got to discuss what happened with what's going to go on with these children. So you say she argued with you. So what, she talk down to you, or what she do? How that go?
You know the typical, of I'm being controlling. You know that everything you talk, you talk about the controlling. That they still got that whole that independent lifestyle thing going on. She kind of struggles with that independent lifestyle thing. That things. Basically, the things that you be talking about.
Brother, why do you think this woman is running all over you?
To be honest, a lot got to do. Like I said, we've been together for 9 years.
No,
and that's why I was calling.
No, she ain't. Listen, no, she ain't running over you because you've been together for 9 years. Okay, the house. You live in a house?
Yeah, we got a house together.
Okay, whose name is on the house?
My name, both our names on.
Both of your name. Okay.
Yeah.
How long do you think she's gonna be out there clubbing? How long do you think she'll be doing this before she's tired of doing it?
Not that long. Me and her have talks where she comes to me and talks to me. She doesn't. She really doesn't like starting out to get. Like, I'm trying to say, should I have patience? Basically, my question is, should I have patience with her? Has she, like the same?
All right,
patience
brother.
she had
All
with me?
right.
'Cause when I was out there in the world,
I tried.
I was doing.
Brother, I tried.
Okay.
I tried to work with you. Okay.
Okay.
Let me tell you what you know already, man, brother. She's running over you because you letting her. She don't respect you. She doesn't respect you. Somebody needed to tell you. Somebody needed to tell you that. And women resent men they don't respect. She would very well respect you if you stood your ground and said, you know what, I'm gonna be a man, and you're gonna be up under what I tell you to be, or this thing is over. Women resent men they don't respect.
So do so I basically just risk my family splitting up and losing everything that we built together?
Brother, listen. That's between you, the Most High, and that woman. I will never tell you that.
Okay.
I will tell you,
Okay.
do whatever you can to get some respect back. Because let me tell you, I'm just going to be, listen, no, let me tell you, I'm going to put it this way. All right? Any woman that's going out there in the streets and coming back 3:30 in the morning is doing things that she could never tell the man she's with she's doing. Okay?
I agree with you.
I've been out there.
Can I say one thing?
No, listen.
Can I say one thing? Okay, I'm listening.
Listen to what I'm saying. If you feel a need that this is what you need to do to keep your family together, if you think, brother, do you think y'all together?
I mean, right now we're going through something right now.
No, what I'm saying is, do you think a woman that goes out and come back 4 in the morning, do you believe that that's what together is? Is she already out of this? Because I'm sure the women,
No, she's not.
brother, I'm sure the women will tell you that any woman doing that is already out of it. It's just a matter of time. Because women, let me tell you about women, man. Women are very protective, not protective, but they more so. They are, when it comes to a man that they respect and love, they're up under that man. They fear losing that man. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Women are they get attached. Women are attached creatures. More than men. They are attached people. So if she's out there against your wishes, she's detached already. And you saying the clothes she wears, she wear club clothes? Describe these clothes. You with me? Did I lose you? Hold on. Did I lose him? You there, Aaron? Hello? You there? This AA Ron, where you, Aaron? You there? I'm just gonna tell you straight out, right? The brother, I don't know if he dropped or what's going on there. And brother, I'm not trying to shame you. I'm not trying to say anything, but it comes a time where, as a man, you have to put your foot down. And I just have to give you the reality that a woman that goes out 3:30 in the morning with children doesn't respect her husband. And she's going to push the envelope until you take a stand. I'm not telling you to blow up your home, but I'm telling you, you need to set some rules that she must abide by. Okay? Or you both can, as adults, come together and say, and understand how we need to dissolve this. Because I'm not going to have no woman out in the streets 3:30 in the morning. You know, and I, brother, I'm just telling you, I have to tell you, I pray for you. It's a shame. I'm gonna tell you because you have good men out there, and I want brothers and sisters to hear this. You got good men, and this stuff ruins men. This ruins men. This man is he's willing to lose his own self-respect to keep his family together. I pray for you, my brother. I pray for you. You there? Aaron? Are you there, brother? Hello?
Hello?
Is this a different Aaron or the same Aaron?
This is a different Aaron.
Yes, yes, my brother. Go on.
Yeah. Shalom. Oddly enough, I'm in the same situation. And
same situation
as
of what?
the other Aaron. So
another Aaron. And not only that, you understand you don't have a regular name. Aaron is a high priestly name, right? That in of itself,
right.
That name is majestic, right? So you're saying, unfortunately, you in the place with this that Aaron is in. Where, okay, go on. I'm hearing you, my brother.
So, my question is, I'm trying to figure out the best way to really just structure how my family will be if we're not together. Because
okay,
okay,
we're gonna do this. We're gonna get some specifics. How old is she?
28.
How old are you?
28.
28. Out of college, in college, you graduated? Did she graduate college?
She's still in school. I'm not in school.
She's in school.
I pay the bills.
She's currently in college.
Yeah.
Both of you live together. Children?
Yes, sir. 2.
Okay. And she's going to study to be what?
Business administration.
Business administration. So I take it she's going the strong independent route, correct? And she has no desire to go into this new direction you found it with the Bible. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Bible. Right? I take it she has Instagram.
Facebook, not Instagram, but Facebook.
Okay. And she go out clubbing and all these others.
Yes, from time to time. Yes, sir.
Time to time. How do you feel about that? Do you go clubbing?
No, I don't.
Where are the children? Hold up. Where are the children when your wife's clubbing?
They're with me.
Okay, let's get this together real quick. Let me see if I got this straight. You babysit while your wife go bar hopping.
Yes, sir.
How does that make you feel? How do you feel with the kids while she's doing this? Do you think that she's out there, just repelling men? Do you think she's repelling men, or do you think that men are making advancements towards her?
She's a beautiful woman. Men are making advancements, and now, in the moment when I'm with my children, I'm using that time to go over the Bible with them, so I'm not thinking about it then. But once they're asleep, I'm like, yeah, it's no good.
And the house is in whose name?
Mine.
Oh, her name isn't on it?
No.
Okay. All right. Now we're working. Bible. I'm going to read this real quick. Ecclesiasticus, Sirach 25 and 23. A wicked woman abateth the courage. You know what that means, abateth the courage?
No, sir.
Okay, let me break it down to you.
I would say
she's stripping you of your manhood. A bait of the courage is taking strength from you. Now, making an heavy countenance and wounded heart, a woman that will not comfort her husband in distress, because I'm here in distress, maketh weak hands and feeble knees. So it's nothing like you can't even work right for the family thinking about what she's doing out all night. So now you can't even produce like you could otherwise. Next, of the woman came the beginning of sin, and through her we all die. This is what happens under this world of Masonic control, under the Babylon ideology. It's what I showed you right here. When Satan, here it is, Satan with a sickle here, there he is, prepping up a woman to go bar hopping. Go on out there and get him for me, chat. This is it right here. It's in this book. Encyclopedia for Freemasons, because there's other victims out there. You watching the children, but there's other victims that's going to run into these women in the club. Right? Now let me read this. Give the water no passage. She's doing this, brother, because you are allowing her. Let me tell you, you know that there's men out there that a woman would respect. That if she dare cross him, she would fear losing him. But brother, I'm gonna be straight with you. She don't think that's you.
Correct.
Give the water no passage. Neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad, being all over the place, out there in the streets. If she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from thy flesh. That means stop dealing with a woman like that. And give her a bill of divorce and let her go. Because why? She's already connecting out there. No women, women are very, let me tell you, they attach themselves to a man. You have women who will do what? They will cut off girlfriends and stop speaking to family when they respect and and at the same time trying to keep a man, from moving past her. Women are the attached creature, not the man. Women are the attachments. If she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from thy flesh and give her a bill of divorce and let her go. And brother, if you told her right now, I'm going to pose the same question to you. If you told her, listen, the next time you go out, you're divorcing me. Okay? Next time you go out, you're divorcing me. Okay? You're going to be up under my rule and follow my direction. And what do you think her response would be?
That I'm tripping.
No.
That I'm yeah, that would be her response.
See, but if she said, but if she says what? You're tripping. What she's doing now is diverting the conversation. Okay, we're not going into what I'm doing. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes,
the
sir.
Next time you go out there in the clubs, and I know what happens out there, you are leaving me. Do you understand that? Okay. Men have to stop allowing conversations to be redirected. Okay? You have to stop that. Do you understand that? That next time you go out there, a matter of fact, what you want to do now, because the next time you go out there, that's the end of our relationship. Okay? And honestly, be honest with me, brother. What do you think she'll do? Do you think she'll say, well, we might as well get a divorce?
I don't think so.
Okay. That's good.
It'll be something long and dragged out. But I mean, at this point, I'm from listening and like just reading. It's what I have to do at this point. So I have to take my loss if I gotta take my loss. So it doesn't matter. What
tonight.
she says.
Okay, let's do this. Tonight is the Sabbath, right? The Sabbath of the Most High. So many things are going on in the earth right now. Where is she? You're listening to a program, and I'm sorry about that. Friday is coming up, right? It's Wednesday. Friday's coming up. Usually listening to the broadcast, Patreon or whatever the case is, right? Where will she be Friday night?
Probably out.
You'll be observing the Sabbath Friday night, and she'll be out clubbing.
Yes, sir.
Interesting. When did you find the truth, young man?
February this year.
February. It is early. It's early. And in respect of her, I would say this is a tough adjustment. Because really, it's not her who's changing, it's you who's changing. Right? So you're putting something on her.
Correct.
Right? It's you who have renegotiated the deal from her standpoint, right? You knew what she was before you got with her. Sometimes you would probably even go with her, right?
Not really. I never really was
a club person.
Club.
Okay.
No.
All right. So, all right. In fairness to her, this is fairly new, young man. You introduced something different in her life, right? It's February. Have you attempted to introduce her to what you're learning?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Does it seem as if she's susceptible to it, or?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. Next question. Now this is going to be a tough one. Even though she go out, I know she come home every time she go out. She doesn't stay out the next morning and say she was with her girlfriends or anything like that.
No. Oh, no.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I would say pray for your wife. Don't immediately cut her off, because it's really a I would say a life change from your standpoint right now. And I believe that y'all need to, speak and talk concerning what you found according to the Bible and how this plays out long term for your children. You should speak to her about that. right? This Bible is making me a better man, and this is the life I want for my children. And I know this is what you want to. So how can we do this so that our children don't grow up under a curse like the majority of these families that have been torn apart? Let's do some give and take here. All right. I know that this is a shock to our relationship, something I found, but it's important. It's important that you understand that I want something better for my children. You know, and I want to instill some level of morality according to God's law in them. Right? And let them know I need a wife. I need a wife who represents that. Right? So I wouldn't say you come through, you know, and you know, like a lion in your home, beginning to tear things down and all that. No. Don't go that way with her. Right? But all in all, you both have to come up with a plan together for your children, and you got to come up. You know, at the end of the day, there have to be a cutoff, right? I'm only going to accept this behavior up until this point. I'm willing to work with you, but we can't live like this, right? But that's something you and your wife have to talk and agree with. I wouldn't say just utterly just walk away from her because she's in a loop. College. That's why I ask you who go to school here. She's in a loop, and you know what the college life is, right? But hey, speak to her, and have you tried this, sir? Have you tried this? When she come home and just say, babe, listen, let's pray together. Have you tried that one?
Yeah, a few times. Yes, sir.
Okay, she prays with you?
Yes, for the most part, yeah. She'll pray with me.
Okay.
I'll lead prayer, cover her head and things.
Okay. Here's another question. What do her parents think about your newfound religion? What does her parents think?
Well, she does not have her father in her life.
Okay.
Her mother, I don't know what she says to her.
Okay.
It's never been anything expressed to me as if it was something wrong. I will say they've been respectful, like as far as the other family goes, aunts and uncles, things like that. They've been respectful of what I'm doing, and you know, I from her mouth, I'm the one making her uncomfortable. I'm not making anyone else uncomfortable.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you, brother, the roles have reversed. I'm going to tell you. Growing up back in the day, I know when my mother and father were together, it was the other way around. You don't know where the man is. He's out. He's coming in next morning. It's probably still happening that way. But now women have totally emboldened themselves. It's to a point where it's to the point of no return. These women want to be out here in these streets. And and usually unfortunate for the men, for good men. And I'm going to say this. Brace yourself here. Usually when women go out to these places, there's men waiting for them. Do you know that?
Yes, sir. I know that.
Okay. When I say there's men waiting for them, there's men that they know are there waiting for them.
Yes, sir.
Do you know that?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So you know there's men waiting for your wife to show up at the club.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And,
I don't want to pull. Hey, listen, there's other layers that I would probably go into at this point, but brother, I don't want to lose another call. All I have to say is, there's nothing out there in those streets, brother, and you know it. I'll pray for your family. Don't give up on her. But all in all, it has to stop. It has to stop.
Yes, sir.
And she knows better. She know it must stop. But brother, like I told the other brother, women who respect a man, they don't do things like that. They fear losing that man. So the whole deal is you're gonna have to become the man she fear losing. Any man that'll babysit the children and while texting his wife, babe, what time you gonna be home? I got the food waiting. I got the food in the warmer. My food getting cold. Any man on this side of things doing this, a woman could never respect. And let me put it this way. I'm not going to say it. I'm good. I'm not going to say it. At the end of the day, there's I'll say this, brother. I'll say this, Aaron. Women get together with their girlfriends and laugh at a man like that. I'm gonna tell you. And why am I hitting you? Why am I hitting you with this? With the reality of what it is. Because it's time for everyone. Everyone is out there saying, women are acting out because men are letting them. That's what. When it comes down to it, when it's pointed out what the women are doing wrong, what are the women coming back with? The women are coming back with, well, guess what? The men aren't standing up. Don't blame a woman when a husband is going to let a woman, the mother of his children, just be out there in the streets with tight dresses on with men waiting for them. How can you blame women? That's what women are saying, sir. And this is why I'm talking to you about this. That's why I'm bringing it out to you. As real as it can be. Because at the end of the day, this is what women are saying. We're waiting for leaders to stand up, waiting for people to lead us. And how can they lead us when they're letting their women just do whatever they want to do? Don't talk to us, Elder Ricard. Listen to these men who are sitting there. That's right, watching the children, keeping the food warm while she's out in the streets. So what can you say to women, Elder Ricard, when your men are allowing us to do this? That's why I'm coming so hard on you right now. Not that you have to immediately, try to come at your wife or whatever the case is. The Bible says, restore such a one in a spirit of meekness, considering thyself, lest thou also be tempted. So you're not supposed to become a lion in your home, but something have to change in you that she'll respect you.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate it being as hard as it can be. I appreciate it.
I mean, hey, brother, look at the numbers. You're a good man. You believe in the Most High. You love your children. And we're living in the world today where what? Where good men in general, even if you add in the bad men, women outnumber a man 7 or 8 to 1 in America, almost. And I'm talking about single. I don't understand how men don't know the number. There's a greater chance, brother, that you can find a good woman than her finding a good man that would put up with what you're putting up with. And it's like, our men don't even understand the numbers. Be like, hey, oh, that's where you want to be. Guess what? I'm finding the Lord here. In my house, with my children, in my Bible. Now, either you find a Lord with me, or you find a man and the Lord where you're going. And you know what? She'll respect you because you stand for something. A man that's convicted, and if you really say that you believe in this Bible, that's what she's thinking in her mind too. Here it is, a man believing the Bible and is allowing me to do all this. Which means she doesn't even take what you're learning seriously. So at the end of the day, brother, you're gonna have to stand up for yourself, for your own self-respect. And you guess what? And by doing so, you may become the man that she'll fear losing. Because I'm gonna tell you something that happens. It's between you and me. Right now, right, in a woman's early 20s, all the attention is there. And a woman never believed that attention is going to run out. But you know what? When she get in her 30s and you get about 35, 40, it flips. I'm going to tell you this right now. The attention dwindles for a woman as she get older. It increases for a man. Look at the prophets. I mean, when I say look at the men like Jacob and all these others, the great men in the Bible, the age they were at when they actually filled out all the way. And look at their interaction when it comes to how they dealt and understood the interaction with women. Right now, she think the attention never is going to run out. But guess what? 35, 40, 45, 50, young man, let me tell you, it's going to be a total role reversal. Understand your worth, young man. You got it? Understand your worth.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Understand your worth, brother. If you are a prince, Israel means to become a prince or be a prince of God. Walk like a prince. Majestic. Like, listen, hey, I'm looking at the numbers, right? And there's a greater chance that you will find another one of her than she can find another one of you.
Yes, sir.
And brothers and young men, you have to have more pride in yourself. To not accept disrespect. You don't have to be vulgar or, boisterous and argumentative. You don't have to be that way. Be calm, cool, relaxed, confident in the Most High. And say, listen, you know what? I have to draw the line when it comes to the disrespect thing. I will not be disrespected by a woman I'm taking care of. It's not going to happen. Okay? So, brother, you have to make a choice because at the end of the day, your work is going to pay off her debt. Okay? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Your work is going to pay. She's in college incurring debt that she's going to expect some man to pay off. So if I'm going to do all this, provide for you and pay your debt and all this, you're going to at least respect me. All right? So, brother, either she do right or you're going to get up from under a bill. She's going to all this school. That's going to cost money. And she want to put that debt on you? No. It's not working that way. Stand up, young man. Understand your worth.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
My brother. Elder Lawyer, I'll talk to you tomorrow. That concludes our broadcast. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. And that's right, brothers and sisters. Beware of the ideology of the beast. Shalom. The ideology of the harlot. Good night. HistoryTimes.org. I'll see you Friday, brothers and sisters, for the Patreon. And man, I may have to open up a broadcast strictly for brothers with the Bible open. Maybe that's what the Most High showed tonight. Brothers call in, Bible open. Oh man, I think that is a good idea. Well, Shalom. Keep in mind the Most High is calling back Israel. Know your worth, fellas. You are the prince of the Most High, Yasha Allah. If the women want to be for what? Many waters? That means they jumping all over the place, traveling and want to go out partying. You have to leave them where they are. Shalom.
The east is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. At gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer. Asher in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. A highest gathering Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Caribos, Benjamin the West Indians, Levi the Haitians, Manasseh the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley